Hello, welcome to the live. Hope everybody had a good day. Do you wouldn't mind hitting the likes and shares? Hello, sure as light. I hope everything went happy today. Good for you. Hello, Victor. Hope everything went cool for you too. Still like your cloud pictures.
So we've been trying to make this film for over a decade, and we just.
Well, hello.
Hello.
How are you
How are
today?
you?
I'm doing pretty good.
So-so.
Yeah?
I'm
What's up?
doing so-so. Yeah, just doing so-so.
Okay. Well, if there's anything I can do to make it better, let me know.
Yeah. I wish I knew how to prime a water heater.
Oh, shit.
Yeah.
I wish I knew how to tell you how to prime a water heater.
Yeah. I think I messed up, but okay. Yeah, the water heater's been out for 2 weeks, and I mean just about 2 weeks, and I didn't tell anybody. And hopefully, it's just the water heater needs to be primed, and the heating elements didn't break.
Oh, shoot.
Oh God, I'm gonna start crying. Wow, everybody must be off today.
Yeah, I was wondering where everybody's at. But that's alright. I'll hang in
I
here
invited
with you.
everybody. I did invite people. Who knows? Who knows? I thought I just had frozen pipes. I didn't know the water heater and freaking and all that stuff. I didn't know all that. Crap.
Well, it might have, because the negative temperature might have fudged it up.
Yeah, and I was told that because I didn't say anything. I probably
Oh, shoot.
hopefully the elements are not broken. Wish I would have known. I should have said something. I just thought it was frozen pipes or something. When you feel stupid and humiliated.
Hey, he didn't know. So, it's a lesson. It's hard, when
Yeah.
you go from an apartment to something like that. You know, it's different.
Oh, yeah, and it's gonna have to cost people money to fix it.
Mm,
Like
yeah.
I didn't know any better, which sucks. Not like everybody has money to spend.
Yeah, I know. But things happen. Don't be so hard on yourself.
Sounds like Mario.
Yeah, he's playing Andy, sorry.
Uh, never heard of that. What is it?
Andy Griffin?
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
I haven't heard of him in a long time.
Yeah,
Did
he's.
you see who died?
Who?
The chick that was in Buffy. The sister.
Yeah. Yeah.
She was
I
only like
really liked her.
39.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah,
That
she
really
was just
kind of
39
upset
years
me a little
old.
bit.
It kind of bugged me actually because I liked her too. She's like
Yeah, me
39, and they
too.
said that they're not gonna. The police ain't ruling out any foul play or anything because she had a liver surgery about a month or so ago, and they think it might be complications from that, so they're not gonna look
Mm,
into it. I think it was complications from that or something. Oh, that's yeah. I hope everybody would have had a live today.
there. I'll send it to a few people, see if I can't get some people in here myself.
I know I shared it out to Maya and all them. I even posted a video.
Yeah, I seen that. I actually liked that one. That one was really nice.
I was gonna, I went in the stream today, in a little stream out here. I found a garnet.
Ooh.
Yeah, I didn't know what it was. I was like, this is pretty light to be a stone. I picked it up and I scanned it with my camera and it said it was a garnet.
Cool.
I'm like, I didn't know garnet was around here. Yeah, it's a big. It looks like a meatball. It's the size of a meatball and it's round too.
That's cool. That's cool.
I remember the last time I came on, nobody came in, and then I got off my live and everybody's like, "Where'd you
Where'd you
go?"
go?
I'm like, "Well, nobody was in the room."
Well, me and somebody else are in here.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I was hoping to find a ruby.
That would be nice.
They say it was garnet, but it don't look like a garnet. Online, I'm looking at pictures online of a garnet.
Hey, honey.
Hello, honey. How are you? You're the second, third one in here. I found a garnet in the river today, in a stream. Looks like the size of a meatball. And it seemed pretty light, too. I wonder what it would look like if I polished it down.
What was that?
I asked Honey how she was doing.
Yeah.
I'm good. I'm passing on. I'm sharing. I'm trying to share with everybody. How's your day been?
I found an unusual rock. Well,
I heard you say that you
it
found a garnet.
was, yeah, that was a plus, but it was just a good and bad today, so.
Well, we gotta have the balance, right?
Yeah. Hope it don't cost too much to repair.
What? To repair what?
Well, I wish I would have known better, but I didn't. I just thought I had frozen pipes, but I didn't. I didn't let anybody know that I didn't have water for 2 weeks, about 10 days or so, and I was told that the well has to be primed again because it's been cold, and
Oh,
because
'cause you
I
weren't
didn't
right.
tell
You didn't run it.
anybody, huh?
Yeah, yeah, 'cause you didn't run it at all during that time.
No, I didn't. I didn't run in the water. I really didn't do anything.
Yeah.
And I was told because the water heater is still on, it's probably blowing air around, and hopefully it didn't fry the water heater. Hopefully I
Yeah,
didn't.
we were running our pump every day, and we still got a leak from it being so cold. Because the whole thing's kind of old, and we make sure we run it every day when it's on a timer anyway, but we run it extra when it's real cold. And even though he did that, we still got a leak because it was so cold, and he had to fix
Well,
that.
see, we kept losing power too.
Yeah.
We kept losing power about 6 times within a month. Lost power in about 5 or 6 hours one time, and I didn't have no water, and I just thought the pipes were frozen because it's been like single digits and maybe double digits, like up to like the teens. The most it's
Yeah.
gotten here is 27
Yeah.
at night, and during the day it's been like 57, 50, anywhere from 40 to 57. But I was told because I didn't tell anybody that probably burnt the water heater out.
Well, you just have to make him look at it. Might not be that bad.
I hope not. I hope it's not burnt out. Hope it's fine. God, I hope so.
We'll just say it is.
Next time I know, I should I should tell them. I should tell them when something like that happens. I didn't realize it was going to affect the water heater.
Hmm. Yeah.
But I got a weird garment. It looks like a meatball.
Well, show it to us.
It's the size of a meatball. See?
Oh, that's pretty. It is
That is
big.
pretty.
Found it in the water, close to the water.
It was in the middle.
Mm, that's pretty. Kind of
It
brush
is
it off a little
sparkling
bit.
too. You can see the sparkles.
Mhm.
Mhm.
How would I if I wanted to make it shiny, what do I do?
You gotta get a tumbler.
Or you could, if you can tumble it and make it smooth, or you can just kind of brush it up with a little bit of vinegar or baking soda mixed together and kind of just brush it up with a toothbrush. That way it still looks rough, but it's clean. You get all the
So
dirt.
use a toothbrush, baking soda, and vinegar.
Yeah, yeah, just a little paste. And then rinse it off
How long should I do it for?
until you think it looks clean, until it makes you happy.
Man, that
Will it
looks
get a little
sparkly.
shiny, or will it just stay like rock form?
It'll
It'll,
stay like
it,
that.
yeah, it'll stay like that. You'll just have all the dirt and stuff out of the. It might sparkle more because you'll get all the dirt and stuff out of the cracks.
I didn't know garnets were in North Carolina.
Well, remember I told you there's like a giant crystal bed there that the Lemurians left.
I picked up a
They
weird
they
stone too.
they buried a ton of like huge crystals to protect them, and now that we're having all these floods and earthquakes and whatnots, the earth is being all shook up. It's all coming up to the
I got a
surface
weird stone with a weird cut in it.
from the same area.
Yeah, I don't know where it's from. Oh,
What does it look like?
hold on, I'll go get it.
Hi, Mia. It's good to see you. Have you decided when you're going back to Thailand?
Oh, we need a tumbler, huh? I picked up this one too. This is sandstone.
Oh yeah, those are nice. Those are really
It
shiny.
looks like pyrite on it.
Yeah, almost. Yeah.
I picked up a piece of pyrite. It's a little tiny piece. But no, this
Yeah,
one's
you like
weird.
that one.
Hmm.
What?
That is not.
Yeah.
That is not natural. It makes me wonder what the heck.
Yeah. It's pretty cool looking though.
Yeah, I
You
don't
found
know.
that in the water?
Yeah? Well, it was right next to the garnet.
Like a snake. Yeah, it kind of does, doesn't it? Like a snake with its mouth open.
Yeah, it looks like somebody chiseled it out or something.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Cause see,
Yeah. But look, because like you can see where it's kind of got little eyes. See the eyes and the nose, the snout. It does look
all
like a
the stones
snake
are
head.
sparkly like that.
Well, isn't that a lot of mica in that area? Isn't mica real
Wow.
sparkly?
I don't know. Almost looks like it might have been a hammer or something.
Yeah. I like the snake idea better. Looks more like a snake. It's weird looking.
You should put a crystal in.
Yeah, put a crystal in the snake mouth.
And
That'd
this
be
was
cool.
this is the garnet I found.
That's pretty. That's really pretty. I can't wait to go to Arkansas and find some crystals.
This is like the only garnet I found in the stream. I haven't found no amethyst yet. They said there's a lot of amethyst around here. I didn't see no amethyst or
Hmm.
sapphire. She said, because she said in this thing she's been pulling out garnet, sapphires, rubies,
Really?
quartz. And that's the first garnet I picked out. It was in the stream. I might
Yeah,
have to
that's what
go
I'm.
and a lot of quartz in there.
Yeah, you might have to kind of dig around in there some, see what you find, or tell your fairies you want them. They'll bring them to you. Mine do. They bring me
Right.
stones. There's a couple I don't know what they are, but I got a tiger's eye. I
Well, I
don't know where
woke
it
up
came
in a
from.
bad mood, and that started it. I don't know why. I woke up angry, and
The
then
energy.
I had to deal with Xfinity. They really made me mad.
Yeah.
They screwed me.
I've heard a couple of people talking about it like we're being radiated. It's
Right.
like they're trying to cleanse us with radiation, and so it's making everybody feel like they have kind of like flu symptoms and crabby, irritable.
Well, I
Suddenly,
woke up. I had to deal with. I woke up. I don't know why I woke up cranky, but I was like, "Ugh." And then I went to check my balance, and I managed $100 something dollars. I went and I lost my marbles. I lost it, and I'm like, why is my phone bill this high? And I really haven't sworn in a while. I just lost. I don't know why. I just lost it. And I got the lady on the phone. I was trying to be polite, and they were like nice, like I normally am. But oh my god, they started irritating me. They were irritating the hell out of me. Kept telling me no, the bill is supposed to be this. I'm like, no, that's not the bill. I told you 2 months ago that you're supposed to be. I don't have no phone service. You might as well just knock it down to $20 for the phone service and $50 for the phone. So that would make my phone bill $84, not 100 and something. And she wanted to argue with me. Then they kept passing me around like hot potato. I must have went through at least 20 of the people, and I had to repeat the story. And each time I'm repeating it, I'm getting more angry by the moment.
I know.
And I'm
I
really
just
trying
stay.
to keep my. I was trying to keep my cool. But now, seeing everything's paid, I'm screwed, blued, and tattooed.
So, did they are they going to reimburse you or not?
No,
No.
no,
Once it's paid, it's real hard to get it back.
yeah. I'm like, that's not what I
Yeah.
said. It was supposed to be $84. Like, well, you gotta pay that? No, I don't. I don't have it. And then I ended up paying the damn bill anyway because really didn't have a choice. So I started giving him, I gave him eggs for supper.
Those are good for him. I know a lot of
Yeah,
people
I
that
really don't like,
do
I
that
really
on
didn't
a
want to feed him
regular.
human food.
Well, I know,
I
but
gave him rice yesterday,
those things are
rice
actually
and
good for him.
hamburger.
You know,
Yeah,
people
I really
pay
don't.
they pay money in the grocery store for that because it's labeled dog food. You know, they have
Right.
it in that little refrigerator next to the dog food section, and all it is rice and hamburger or
I gave him
eggs.
rice and hamburger yesterday.
Yeah,
Today I gave him egg.
and eggs are good for his coat. That'll be good for
Yeah.
his skin and his coat. Good protein. I'm sure he was happy to eat it,
Oh yeah, he was.
but goodness, eggs are so expensive. You can't afford to do that very often.
Well, I have a neighbor and he has chickens.
Oh, good,
He dropped
good.
over
That's
two
good.
dozen eggs.
That was very nice. Very nice.
Yeah.
I was, I've been looking around again to see if I can't find somebody local to get eggs from. It seemed like every time I'd find somebody reliable, I could keep them for a little while, for about a year, and then they would decide to give it up and have to find somebody else.
Yeah, he just
And
came
now
over. He's like,
nobody
"Yeah, I
really
have two
wants
dozen
it.
eggs."
We've got so many critters, you know, coyote and um,
I was talking to
foxes
him too.
and
He said there's
bobcats.
something out here. He said there was something eating his chickens.
Hmm. My friend,
He's like, I
my
don't know what's
friend
out
that
here, but
she had
he said
chickens,
he
goats,
lost four
and
chickens
sheep.
already.
She had chickens, goats, and sheep, and she ended up giving away the last of her chickens because they just kept getting decimated. And then her goats, one of them, something got one of her goats, and then it got the other one. And then she was anxious about the sheep, so she brought them into the front pasture and then donated them to the FHA. Because there's just all
I
kinds
was
of stuff
talking to him
going on
today. I
around
said,
here.
"You almost lost a chicken the other day." He's like, "What do you mean?" I go, your big gray chicken came over my yard,
Uh-oh.
and if I didn't have Diesel on the leash, he would have ripped that chicken apart."
Hmm.
He's like, he's, I was like, "What? If I would have let him loose, you would have had no chickens left." He goes, "Well, I just would have bought more."
Hmm. Yeah,
I was like,
I've heard,
"Well, I can't."
I've heard, I've heard duck eggs. I mean, we used to eat duck eggs, and I've heard they're a lot better for you. And quail eggs too, but quail eggs are very expensive if you're trying to buy
Yeah,
them.
I heard about that.
Yeah,
Isn't quail egg
that,
smaller?
they're quite a bit smaller, and they're so expensive. I don't know why. We used to get them.
Duck eggs are bigger.
Yes, yes, and we had guineas. We had guinea eggs, and they were bigger and richer, kind of like the duck eggs are. But
Some people eat
it's
peacock
hard.
eggs.
I wouldn't
I
want.
didn't
I
know you
mean,
could
I had
do
a hard
that.
enough. I had. It was terrible to try to collect eggs from the guineas because those things are vicious. They're worse than geese. Guineas are, and I would
Uh,
think trying to get peacock eggs would be dangerous because peacocks are not nice.
he said that chicken's nasty too, the silver one.
Hmm.
He, I go, yeah, your silver chicken came over here. He almost lost his life. What do you mean? He goes, well, walking out in the backyard and he's there. And if I didn't have a good grip on him, he would have attacked that chicken. He's like, well,
Yeah.
he's a jerk anyway. He goes, every time I'm
Yeah.
trying to get eggs, I have to put up a shield because he's
Yes.
nasty and mean.
We had to,
I was
yeah,
like,
when
wow.
we go out to gather the eggs, we had to have big, heavy gloves on to gather the eggs because the chickens pecked you, but the geese were terrible. They chased you and bit you and scratched you with their beaks and
He was like,
vicious.
this
And
the most
the
nasty
guineas were
chicken I've
really
ever seen in my
wicked.
life.
Yep. And then the turkey toms, they chase you around. And the roosters, especially the ones with the spurs, it was like going out into a danger zone every day, you know.
I don't know, this
And,
chicken is about 2 feet high.
really?
He was a big boy.
Is he speckled?
I don't know what he is. He's a big, mean one.
Hmm.
He
I'll
could
have to
probably,
look
he's
at him.
probably as high as this table. As tall as
Does
this
he have
table
those
here.
does he have those big fluffy feathers around his head?
That's what I see. No,
Hmm. 'Cause I was
but
thinking
he is
there's a
bigger. He looks like he is a bigger chicken.
wow.
He's not as big as a turkey. No, he's bigger than the normal chickens I've seen.
Hmm.
It looks like maybe it might be one of our foreign chickens or something, or fancy chickens.
I know my younger sister developed a phobia about chickens and birds from all of our experiences on the farm trying to gather eggs. That was our
I've never
job,
even seen one that color.
I've seen those silver speckledy ones, but they kind of have like longer, um, fluffy feathers around their head, and I can't remember the name of them. They have a name. They're more expensive because they get bigger. I don't know anything about their
I don't know.
temperament.
He almost looked. He would have been a good meal.
Hmm.
Maybe I should have let Zeus get him. Diesel. Well,
You should know, because then he'll get a taste for it, and he'll be over there all the time, get you in trouble. You don't
he
want him to
doesn't.
be,
He doesn't go off his leash anyway.
yeah. You don't want to. Anyway, you want to get along with your neighbor. You don't want your neighbor to be mad at you because your dog ate his chicken.
Well, it shouldn't be in my yard.
Oh my goodness. They're free. His chickens are free range.
Yeah, they're
He
running
doesn't
around the yard.
leave them out. Yeah.
Yeah, he said he lost 4
Well,
since December. He said he's been here since December 19th and he's lost 4 chickens. I said, well, you almost lost
well,
a fifth.
it can get expensive if if you lose too many because it's getting expensive to buy chicken. I used to you could just go down to the farm and ranch and buy these little chicks and raise them up and have you a nice little flock. And now it's getting to where it's pretty expensive to buy them. And then you
He's
got to
got about
maintain them,
20 over
feed
there.
them. My friend would run all over town and get the old, the 2, 3 day old produce from all the grocery stores because she knew people that would put it out for her. And she'd mix up all their feed, but it cost her a ton of money. But her eggs were, oh my gosh, they were the best eggs that I ever got from anybody. They were
These eggs were
huge
good
and they were
though.
rich. Yeah, very rich
The
and
eggs I got from them they were very good eggs.
mm,
They're
yeah, they were
organic.
better. Yep. Yeah, that's why I
Yeah.
like the fresh. I like the fresh ones better. So what else did you do today besides get irritated and go rock, go looking for rocks?
Oh, I screwed up a water heater maybe.
Trying to fix it?
No.
Just
Like I was saying earlier that I didn't know that the oh, I didn't tell him early. I should have told him when it broke, but I didn't. I thought the pipes were just frozen, so he
mm,
said that, because I didn't do that, I might have burnt out the heating element or the heater. Hopefully I didn't.
how old is it?
I think it was brand new.
Oh crap.
He said he just put in the elements before they moved. When I moved in here.
Mm,
I don't know how much elements cost. I don't know about any of that. I just thought it was frozen.
yeah.
Yeah.
Well, hopefully we're getting out of that really cold. It's starting to be because yesterday and the day before it was like in the 80s.
Oh,
Day
we didn't
before
get that over here.
yesterday.
We got 60s.
Yesterday I think it was 70 something, and the day before that it was in the 80s. And
I think
this
we got
morning
the
it was a
highest
little
it's
bit,
been
but not much.
68. It was 68, and then it went to drop to 37. And then yesterday, the day before yesterday was like 64 and maybe 47,
Hmm.
something like that.
Did you get that message about Lisa that I sent you?
Did I?
Going to, they took her out to the hospital the other night. I don't know.
Um,
They took her last night. It was last evening. They took her out and she texted me. And so I sent out a prayer thing for everybody. And then they just sent her back to the facility and told her that they couldn't find anything wrong. Her leg's just swollen, they said, because
where did you
it's just
send
swollen.
it?
Yesterday evening, I think around 6-ish, 6:30 my time, so that'd be 7:30 your
Uh,
time.
I'm gonna hop down from the box.
okay.
Okay, thank you.
I don't see anything like that.
I sent a group message out for everybody, and you were the first one.
I
You
got
know,
in the spirit of
she
Yaya. I don't know. Maybe I'm not in that group. But I don't know. I don't.
it was I created it. I created it last night, and you were the first one on it. But anyway,
Huh.
she had that healing, and
Yeah.
her pain is gone, and she's just over the moon because all her leg and foot pain is gone. And she's tired. She's been sleeping all the time, which I told her is normal because she had quite a big healing. But that swelling in her leg is just getting worse, and it was starting to turn color. So they decided to send her to the ER. But of course, they just told her they didn't know what it was. They think it's just because she's bedbound. They didn't even look to see if I think they did a sonogram to make sure it wasn't a blood clot, and then they didn't look to see if she had any lymphatic issues, or they didn't keep her long enough for that. So I was telling her some things she could do for lymphatic drainage with her physical therapist. Hopefully she'll do that. She texted me earlier asking me what time you were coming on, but I didn't read her whole text. I think she said she had something going on. So she wanted to know what time you were coming on. Hey,
Hi
Suzanne.
there.
9 o'clock.
Hi,
Hello,
Diane.
hello.
Hi,
Hi,
sweetie.
Diane. Hi, honey.
Hi.
Hi, Paul. Just got home from Graham's birthday dinner.
Did
Oh,
you
that's cool.
did you
My
have
baby's
fun?
29.
Ah, that's
Mm.
amazing.
And it's a new restaurant. It's across the street from the church in Tulsa. It's across the street from Leon Russell bought that. It was a old Methodist church that Leon Russell bought and turned into a studio. And they've built another building next to it and redone it, and they're having concerts there. And I parked in the alley next to the restaurant, and lo and behold, there was a friend of mine standing out in front of the church. So I walked over, and she gave me a big hug. I hadn't seen her in several years, and she said, gave me her card, and she's a retired librarian, and she's working there. And she said, "Give me a call." It's like she's the senior docent there. She said, "Give me a call, and I'll give you a tour." So
Oh, cool.
That's
That sounds
cool.
really.
that'll be good.
There was a funeral home on one of the corners downtown, a few blocks from the hospital, and they somebody bought it and turned it into a bistro and studio, and it costs a lot of money to go have a meal and drinks and live entertainment every night.
Yeah.
But
Well,
it's
they're having concerts there, and um,
yeah.
like it seats 100 people, so it's um, like I saw March 26th. Michael, I can't think of his Michael something Murphy. Michael something.
Hello.
Hi.
Hi,
Hello.
Lisa. How you feeling?
Um, I'm just so tired. I just sleeping a lot. I
Good for
can't
you.
help it. Can't hold my eyes open. Slept when I got home from the ER, and then slept all day. Then slept all afternoon, and I just keep
I
sleeping.
think we've all been sleeping like that.
Yep.
My nose
Yeah.
is just running like a sieve. I've just been blowing my nose constantly.
Well,
I
you know,
think
I
the
was
energy
watching
is draining us.
the Oracle earlier, and
Yeah.
he
Awesome.
said that's one of the signs.
That's what I was telling them earlier when I got here was they've he's not the only one saying that, talking about the radiation.
Yeah,
We're just kind of being burned off, and it's causing everybody to feel like they have the flu or a really bad cold, or because I
Ugh,
know yesterday and today I feel like I've had the flu.
right.
my nose is just running like you wouldn't believe.
Mhm. It's either running or all stopped up. I know my
Hi,
head is.
Robin.
Yeah,
Who's that?
That's
that's
Robin,
just.
the
I sent
Oracle.
you. I sent you an invitation to his live earlier. I was in there before Paul came on.
Oh, I was hanging with my UK friends.
Mm. Well, that's the
Oh,
one we
look.
wanted you to visit with sometime. He's got some good
Come
information,
on.
and he's such a sweet man.
Oh, you should have texted me. Did you get my text?
I did, and I sent you a live, request. I didn't text you though. because I knew Paul was coming on. When Robin came on, wasn't it like 7:40, something like that? So I went on there and stayed until I knew Paul was on. Get I don't get any live notifications if I'm already inside a live.
Right, me too. That's why I said you should have texted me because I had no idea.
I don't get nothing.
I kept watching the clock and I'm thinking, boy, I thought Paul would have been on by now. And I'm like, well, maybe I'll go look and see myself. Maybe Honey didn't get my text message. And I
Well,
looked,
I even sent you a message.
yeah, I saw, that's when I went and I looked and I saw all three of you sent me messages. I'm like, I didn't get any of these because I was already in a live. They should let you view your messages while you're in a live.
Yeah.
Most of them you do get, but you don't get live notifications. You get all the other notifications, but you don't get the live one all the time. Sometimes I do, but not all the time.
I
It's
don't ever
it's
get
weird.
nothing.
It's been weird. It's been weird, and it's even more weird since they did the whole shutdown thing. It's glitchy and new
Yeah.
rules, and I'm I'm still restricted. It
Why
says
are
I'm
you
on the
restricted?
verge. They flagged 4 of my videos from. I just got the notification last week that I was in danger of losing my account because I had 4 flags, and I went and looked at them, and they're from the first week of December,
That's just so weird.
and you can't tell what they are because that little black thing that where they block it out because they removed the video. So you've got this camera with a slash across it, and you can't tell what the video is. So you don't know which video it was they took down or why they took it down. So they ask you when you can test it. They ask you what your reason is, and there's nowhere to write in there. So you have to choose whatever they give you to choose from. And I always choose. I don't know what you're doing. I don't know why you flagged it
Right.
because I can't see the dang video, and you can't get in touch with anybody from TikTok to type it out or tell them, if you're going to flag a video, at least leave the video up and let me see which one you flagged. But they don't. So I don't know. I don't know. It was probably a political one. I don't know. Those are the only ones I've ever gotten in trouble for.
For, I didn't even know you made videos.
I do make videos,
None of them have
but
come across my page. I've never seen any. I have to go to your page, I guess.
yeah, I haven't made. I've only made a few political, like I made them political. Most of the political ones are ones I repost. So I can't figure out why I got flagged for it when it was already up on TikTok and all I did was repost it. But they'll flag you for that. But I can't figure out why they went all the way back to the first week of December. All 4 of them were from the first week of December.
How did you know you had a flag?
They put it on the front of your page. It'll say you've got restrictions,
Okay.
and it just showed up last week that said you're about to lose your account because you have so many restrictions. And I'm like, I didn't have any, and so I went and looked, and sure enough, I had 4.
So you went
And it's
from
like,
none to having 4.
yeah, from the
Okay.
first week of December, which is, it's the end of
2 months
February.
Yeah,
later.
that's stupid.
Yeah, and it was. It's just
They flagged my
silly.
videos. They flagged mine too, and they said it broke community guidelines.
Did they say what kind of community guidelines?
Nope.
No, they don't tell you.
They won't.
This is
Yeah.
the video. It broke community guidelines. That's all it is. Just that.
Wow.
This
I
one broke
couldn't
it.
I'm fully
I
offended.
couldn't private message anybody for like 2 weeks because I commented ew.
And this one.
EWW. They said it was sexual.
Right.
Usually if I got something sexual going on, I'm not saying ew.
They flagged that one,
This
Paul?
one too. This one got flagged.
Wow. That's crazy.
Well, you're probably two of
Yep.
my dang flags then, because I reposted those. You're probably two of them then. But I can't tell. You can't see. They'll put these little black boxes on there that has the camera with the slash across the front of it, and you can't see what the video is. So you don't have any idea which video it was you offended them with. There's no way to know.
Right.
Some bot caught a word somewhere.
Or somebody mass reported it.
Yeah.
But the very first
It
TikToks
just
that I
says
ever made,
positive things.
I had no idea. I had no idea what I was doing. I had no idea how to make one. I was so upset, and it was the day they did the smortion thing, and I came home and sat in the study and made like 4 videos in a row. I was so upset and trying to figure out how to do it. So my son-in-law calls me and he says, "You know, honey, I can help you." I said, "I don't want your help." And I hung up on him. I was mad
Ah,
because he votes for that crap. So I just told him I didn't want to talk to him about it. I didn't want his help. I'd figure it out on my own. And I did. I know how to make videos now. And I do. And I make a lot of those videos, Lisa, with the alternate lighting so you can see my fairies and my Bigfoot. I have some really good pictures of my Bigfoot and my fairies on my page.
I'm gonna have to go look.
Yeah, they really show up there. And I like to take in the summer. I like to take pictures in my backyard because I've got lights all around my yard. So I take pictures of my.
She's got a real pretty backyard.
And there's
Mine used
pictures
to be.
of my pond on my page, just different ones. But mostly I just repost, and so I don't understand how you can get in trouble for that.
No, that doesn't make any sense that you can get in trouble for someone else's video.
Right.
Unless
And
somebody
I did.
reported it.
well, I mean, you know, they're all about the free speech stuff. Unless you say something they don't like, they don't agree with, whoever they are. I don't know who they are.
Mine was all spiritual and happiness, and I got flagged twice.
Well, Meta owns it, so that'll answer who.
Well, they do now. They didn't. I got in trouble 2 or 3 times with my account for flags way before Meta owned it.
Yeah. Well, when I lost my PMing privileges, it was way before. But they lifted it because I said, WTF, you idiots. Ew, it's not sexual.
Well, I got thrown off Facebook for inappropriate content. It was a political thing, of course, and they threw me out for 2 weeks off of Facebook, and I'm like, haha, I never get on here. I just
I've
post stuff
got
on here to piss people off.
one of my mother's, I don't know, I thought she was a cousin or something. She's got to be at least 90. And she's commenting on my political posts on Facebook. And I just told her to back off. And I'm about to unfriend her. She's been trying to get me to accept her friend request for months and months. I finally accepted it for her to, try to enlighten this youngster who doesn't know what the hell she's talking about. And I just said, you tell me what's so Christian about cutting off that, what's so political, what is, they're patriots and they're, blah, blah, blah bullshit. And I said, so what's so patriotic about cutting off health care to veterans, cutting off the VA? Explain that to me. And, I'm not, I told her, it's like, I won't come to your page and argue if you don't come to mine. And every day she has something to say. So I'm about to unfriend her because, I'm not,
My
she's not going
mother-in-law
to change my mind.
my mother-in-law used to be on Facebook constantly, like poke on she was all over the place on Facebook. It's all she did. And she would make comments and then she'd ask me, "Did you see my comment?" And I'm like, "No." Once I post something over there, I don't go back and read the comments. I'm not fighting with anybody over anything. He had two uncles that lived in Kansas that used to fight with me and call me names, and my friends would get all over them, and what they'd ask me, "Who are those guys?" I'm like, "They're my uncles." They were like, "No way." But
Yeah.
anyway, she would do that too. And finally, when she moved in with us, she would make snarky comments on my Facebook. And she'd say, "Did you read my comment?" And I said, "No." And she's like, "Why not?" And I said, "Well, you live here. Why can't you just tell me? Why do you want to pick a fight with me on Facebook if we live together? Just tell me what your problem is. And we'll talk about it." Well, she didn't want to do that. So I hid from her. I hid her because on Facebook you can hide yourself from certain people. And it made her so mad because she couldn't figure out what I did, how come she couldn't see me anymore, why she couldn't see any of my content. And I didn't unfriend her. I just hid my content from her. And that drove her crazy. And that actually made me happier than pretty much anything I probably could have done.
I
Was,
unfriend them. And my sister, I just blocked her.
oh, I
She'd
blocked
go through all my
blocked her.
pictures and then she'd find something she wanted and go, oh, that was supposed to be mine. And it's like BS, you know? So so I just blocked her. It's like, stay out of my pictures. Stay out.
I,
You know,
I, I
once she
blocked my
told
younger
Emily,
sister-in-law.
don't ever contact me again, it's like, you're not going to call me and ask for stuff when you
Mm.
call my daughter not to contact you. That's not going to happen.
I get on there and look at like my brother's kids, his grandkids. I look at their pictures and I'll either comment, that they're pretty or that was a good picture or whatever. But mostly I will share something over to Facebook that's controversial and then I just won't go back over there. Because I don't care what they have to say. I only do it to make them mad. I'm just, most of these people here in town are unbelievably narrow-minded anyway. So. But for the longest time, the hospital, where I worked, they had a very strict social media rules. They had very strict social media rules, and they would go through your social media, and then they would come and tell you that they didn't want us making bold statements.
Nothing that can, it's kind of like if so much of my wardrobe was library branded because I was at events all the time. And,
Yeah.
you could get in trouble. like say if I wanted to stop at the liquor store on my way home from work, I would have to cover up. You know, I couldn't
Yeah.
go in there wearing my library logo. I can now because what can they do to me? I'm retired. So
I, th-
I
they
wore
just,
a cardigan tonight that's that has Tulsa City County Library on it. And my friend that was in front of the church, the recording studio, the church, said, "Get rid of this library gear." And I thought she was talking about my shirt because I just wore a t-shirt and leggings, and I said, "It's Reading Rainbow," and she said, "No, your my cardigan thing." And I was like, "Oh well, you know, I've been laid up for 2 years. I haven't been shopping, and I was still working when I got laid up, so you know, it's not like I can walk around shopping somewhere for clothes."
I didn't have that much because the
Right.
last 17 years I worked at hospice, we didn't have to wear scrubs until they made the new rule that like the last year they made us wear scrubs with, they embroidered the name on the top, but the the rest of the time I worked there, we just wore regular dress clothes. So they were, but
I,
they
I
just wanted to
was
be
I,
sure I
I
you know,
remember.
you had to take those classes to make sure you didn't put any patient related information on it, social media, and I never did. And I just told
Yeah.
them my political opinions were my own. But we couldn't even write it like write a letter to the editor because if you wrote a letter to the editor in the paper, you had to sign your name. And if
Yeah.
people saw your name and connected you to the hospital, then whatever controversial, letter to the editor you
Yeah.
wrote, you get in trouble for it.
You could get
It
in
just wasn't
trouble.
worth it. Yeah, wasn't worth it.
Well,
I just,
we didn't get in trouble for posting political stuff, but like there was a children's librarian that had quite a mouth on her, and I think she ended up getting fired because of some of the stuff she said on social media, and I mean, you know, it's not the kind of stuff. I mean, it wouldn't bother me to see her post it, but it would bother me if she talked like that in front of the kids, but she wouldn't at work. But then they
yeah,
also made a big deal because she had um, unnaturally colored hair. They were trying to, and then it was like, you know, anybody here over the age of 40 that colors their hair has unnatural hair color. So that's a BS argument for people, you know, because your hair's not natural. Why should hers? Why should she not be able to dye her hair? So they got away with that.
Right.
They quit trying to hassle people for that.
we had a girl. She came to work there a couple of years before I retired, and her hair was a natural red, beautiful, bright red, and it was her hair, her own hair. There was no color to it, and they made her wear a cap
Wow.
they- because they told her it did not look natural.
Well,
And it was gorgeous. I mean, she had absolutely gorgeous red hair. It was just brighter, than usual, I guess.
is there a topic
Wow.
tonight?
Light of the world.
Yeah. What? I know that one.
Light of the world.
Light of the world?
Yep.
I thought you
Doing the
said
light.
weight of the world at first.
Light of the world.
Well, I was listening to something on YouTube the other day about that, about how so many of us, that's really just everybody's always saying, what's my purpose? What am I supposed to be doing? What about, and they were talking about some people, a lot of people, their whole purpose to come was just to be a light, just to live
Shine your
your life,
light.
and be a light and,
I'm gonna let
you know,
that
raise
light, that little
raise
light
that
of
light
Good
mine.
man.
around you, and you could just live a regular Joe Blow life and do a lot of good just by, you know, being a
I'm gonna
light
let
for
it
others.
shine. Let it
So
shine,
it
let it
was
shine,
it was an
let
interesting
it
video that
shine.
but the most interesting one I saw was that one that said, I don't remember now where it came from, but they were talking about those people who are completely 3D, no enlightenment, no, they just live in their 3D world. They go to work, they raise their family, they, you know, go out to eat, they, you know, go on trips once a year. That's just their life, and they don't ever really get into, you know, much spirituality, and sometimes they're hardcore religious and sometimes they're just not at all. But still, because they because they just live a happy life and they're not worrying about their soul, they're just as valuable, if not more, because they're happy. They're bringing up the vibration just by living in blissful ignorance, you know? So it's a balance, I guess. Uh, and maybe they just made a decision to come here and just live a plain Jane life and be a balance. I don't know. But I thought that was interesting that because you know, think about how much of the world is that. They're just so immersed in the 3D world, you know, making a living, paying your house payments, getting a car, raising your kids. That's all they think about. They don't really read or explore. They don't have any curiosity. They're just living.
I'm a PC.
That'd be boring. I would find that to be very boring, I think.
I used to
Non-playable character.
I used to talk about stuff at work, and man, they don't like think they, you know, a lot of my stuff. I talked about what happens after you pass
Hmm.
to the other side. People would freak out, man. That is such. It's to me. It it blows my mind how people are so afraid of that topic.
Hmm. Well,
Mine was
it's
weird. Like,
fun.
I tried to end myself one time. No, this is weird. I tried to end myself one time. I'm in a basement. I, I was with this girl, and I knew she was sleeping around, and I didn't want to be with her no more. But I ended up hanging out with her anyway, and we went over her friend's house, and it was a roach infested house, and I didn't want no part of it. All I wanted was out. And my life was already in the kapooey. So I went in the basement, and there was this big two by eight, big, you know, those big thick beams they have in the basement. I slung
Hmm.
the rope over, and I went to do this, right? I'm hanging there, and all I heard is, "You're not doing that." And then the thing snapped. I hit the floor, and I stand. I look up as I'm fading out. It was a woman standing there, in all white, and goes, "What are you doing?" I'm
They really
like,
had to keep an eye
"Huh?"
on you, didn't
Oh yeah. And then another time, this was weird. I went to jump off a bridge. The day before and the day after, somebody drowned. The day I did it, nobody drowned that day, and I couldn't figure that out because it was flooding. It was called the French River, it, and when it rains a lot, it floods, and the current's so strong it pulls anybody under. Well, somebody jumped the day before I did, and I'm like, oh, that looks like a good place. So I went and I leaped off. And as I'm going down the river, I felt something yank me out of the water. I looked around, there's nobody there. I'm like, well, what the hell? What the hell? I go home, and 2 days later, I find out that somebody did it the day after, and a guy did it the day before, and I didn't apparently. Like, well,
Well, you
damn.
weren't supposed to.
You weren't meant to.
Nope.
Your poor
There's
angels,
so
they're
many.
just probably ragged. You know what? Try to keep up with you. I can only imagine. They're just
I don't even think
they're
it's the Angels.
doing.
I think it's. I don't think it's the Angels. I think it was the area the entire time.
Yeah.
Probably going, oh, here we go again. And I've tried so many other times, but it always gets blocked. I remember one time I was hanging on a car. Huh, I was like 18, no, 17, 18 years old, and this dude wanted to fight me. I'm like, you know what? Fine, you know what? Let's go do this. I got tired of him. You know how you just get tired of somebody in school, and I got real tired of this kid being Mr. Bully and all that. And I was like, you know what? Fine. I went down the street. We went toe to toe, man, toe to toe, and I was surprised because not many people do that. But we went toe to toe, and it was like punch for punch. And next thing I know, I started getting the upper hand. I pushed. I got him to the side of the building, and I started wailing. And next thing I know, I got hit with a bat in the back of the neck. I hit the ground, and everything felt like a slow motion. And I'm like, huh. And I got up like the other day and go, you're a dead man.
Mhm.
And hell have no fury. I had a fury. I don't know what happened. He goes, oh my God, he got up. All four of them jumped in their car and were starting to speed away. I'm like, where you going?
Yeah.
Two of them had bats and they
Well,
ran. And
try scared
I
them.
went in a full blast.
You
I
did, and it
jumped
didn't
on the
hurt.
car. Oh, I was infuriated. I jumped on the car. I jumped on the hood. I'm holding on with my left hand. I'm punching the driver's window with my right hand, and I'm headbutting the windshield as I'm going down the road about 30 miles an hour, and the cops are coming and smashing the car over onto the side of the road, and the cop was like trying to pull me off. They're like, what in the hell? My head was through the windshield, and I was going for this guy. At the end of the thing, we all got arrested, but I didn't get in trouble because it was self-defense, and they all went to jail and juvie for like 4 or 5 years. But I was crimson red from head to toe. I was so mad.
Might have been more illness or accident related things that I should not have made it through. I did. And I don't know. I guess it was one of
There's
those.
another one. My mom, we used to live in this place called Great Brook Valley. Oh, it was in Worcester, Massachusetts. And I was 6 or 7, and my little sister was like 2 or 3 or something like that. It was somewhere in the early 80s. Anyway, maybe 8 or 9. But anyway, I was in the passenger seat, and my sister was in the. No, I was in the back seat with my sister, and she got pulled over by the cop. The cop took her head and bounced it off the steering wheel. She floors the gas, hits his telephone pole, spins the top of the car flips over, spins like a top, and I'm hanging there, and I think I see my life flash before my eyes, and I went into a darkness, and there was this light, and it goes, not yet, not yet, sunshine. It sent me back. Not yet,
What about your,
sunshine. That's,
what
that's
about
what I
your
was
sister?
told.
I've passed multiple exit points that, I was just so sick,
Yeah.
but they got me in time every time. And one was on the freeway in Seattle. I spun out across 5 lanes of traffic and I came to rest, stopped in the fast lane. But even at the time, I felt like like an angel or Jesus or somebody reached down and picked up my little Carmen Gia and then sat it back down after the traffic. I mean, for that to happen on I-5 in Seattle and not get hit, because I just knew that was it. I went back and forth across all 5 lanes.
I remember one time I had one thing. Holy crap! That's 5 lines. That's crazy. I had one that was divine intervention, and I know it was. I had my roommate. We used to not get along. That I had, when I lived at the other house, that guy.
Oh yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
He wasn't very nice.
back in the day, me and him got in. He threw a keyboard and almost hit my son. You don't mess with my son. That was instant. That was instant spawn. I mean, I leaped up and I I tried to hold him down, and I was like, you need to calm down, that kind of stuff. I wasn't doing it. He hit me 4 times, and I went, okay, and I was like, I wasn't even mad, And then he hit me last time. I went, oh no, you didn't. And I hit him once, and I don't know how. I mean, I have a hard hit, and then I hit him. I went to hit him again, and I swear, I seen a hand of gold come in like that. Say this was his head. The hand came in like this and pulled his head forward. As my head went like this. I just missed his head like that. I seen a hand, an angel hand, pull his head away. And when I seen that, I was like, oh, no more fighting for me. No. After I seen that, I was like, no. I could not believe that I seen what I seen. And it looked like it was a right hand that just yanked his head forward. Because I just nicked him. He's like, I don't even know how. He goes, I went to hit him, and it was slow motion. And I could see this hand reach over and pull him forward. And I just missed it. And when I missed him, I hit the wall, and I shook the entire wall and broke the those counters that are attached to the wall?
Yeah.
It was solid mahogany. I cracked it.
Wow.
I cracked this
Dang.
mahogany counter with a and shook the wall, and I have no idea how I did it, and I have no idea how a hand came and pulled his head forward. He says, I don't know what happened that day. Even when I talk to him to this day, he says, by the grace of somebody saved my life that day. By the great, and he goes, I don't believe in God and all that, but He goes, something yanked my head forward. I was like, all I seen was a golden hand pull you forward. And that's what I
I
call that was the
remember
first divine intervention.
I remember seeing the when I was really sick and I almost had my almost time when I was 6 or 7. I had a temperature of a little over 107, and my mom and her mom had gone out shopping and left us with my sister and the maid. And I kept, I was on the bed and my head hurt really bad, and every sound was so, it was like it was booming. Every sound they made was so loud. And so I told Kay, I said, "Don't you see the angels?" And she and I were laying on the bed, and I was trying to show her the angels that were in the room. And that's what scared her real bad and made her go tell the maid. And she called somebody. And when my mom and grandmother pulled up, they were taking me away in the ambulance. But
Remember when COVID came out?
that was my first experience of actually, I'd already been kind of hearing things like you said, I knew before
Yeah.
then. I had heard the voices, but I'd never really seen anything until then. But they were everywhere. They were all in the room on the ceiling, and the whole room was lit up like, like lights all in within the room. And I was telling Kay, "Don't you see them? I can't believe you can't see them." And
I'm gonna
that's
tell you
what got her
something
all
trippy.
excited.
This is trippy. Do you remember when COVID came out? What year?
Yeah,
Was it like what, 2019?
yeah.
Okay. I remember what day it was. It was December 11th. I got really sick. This is before COVID was even a thing. Uh, it was December 11th, and I think it was 2018, or is it 19? One like that, whatever, one of them. Uh,
It was 18
and
because it was January of 19 when they came out with the whole announcement.
well, I got really sick. I don't know what hit me. I was doing all three things at the same time.
Mm.
It felt like there was a car on my chest. I would pee. I was peeing, poo, and bleh at the same time. And I was so out of it. I'm sitting in the bathroom on the toilet, and I'm leaning over in the sink, and I really think that I died like 3 times that day. Because the first time I'm like, this is it. I'm going. I'm going. And I knew it. You know where you just know,
Yeah.
you get that knowing feeling like it's it. This is it. This is the
Yep.
moment. And I went, and it was I just was bright, like it went. I was my eyes were closing, and it's like, you know how like somebody just like does an explosion of light.
Mm.
It was like an explosion of light was I seen, and then it went back, and it faded, and like it faded, and a being was standing there, and there was another lady in white, and my ears ringing now. And there was a lady in white, and she's like, "What are you doing?" Yeah, she goes, "Oh no, no, no! You got much more work to do. You're not ready for this. You got to go back." I'm like, I didn't want to be here in the first place.
Mhm.
And well, she sends me back, and I'm like, oh. And I felt like I was there for hours, and then again it happened again. She goes, "I told you to go back." Like, I don't want to be here. And then the final time is I fell off the toilet because I was so lightheaded. I hit the floor, and I was there, and she's like, "Look," and then she starts talking to me. She's like, "You have a lot of work to do. This is not your time. You need to go back, and I'm going to help you get over this, and just enough time so you can get to the hospital and figure out what's going on and all that stuff." So I went back, and I came back again. And this time I felt a lot more energy coming through me. Like I could start breathing again and stuff. It was really weird. So I went to the hospital, and they said, "You have a virus. We don't know what it is. You have an unnamed virus. We have no idea what it is." And they never found out what it was. And then a year later, COVID came out.
Yeah.
And I think that,
Well,
and ever since that virus came out, I wasn't affected by it.
that's good. You had already gotten your immunity, I guess.
Yeah. Uh, I don't know how many dragons I have. I've had about 9.
Well,
Some are my fault, some are others.
My friend Sarah is a nurse, and she had it. And she her guides were and angels were working hard on her, and she was just out of it and couldn't breathe, and she just thought, okay, well, this is gonna be. But then she could feel them working on her, and they were like pulling all this stuff out of her lungs, and she could see it, and they were like clots, big long
It was
clots out of
black.
her lungs. Yeah,
I
and
was
they
I had black coming
cleaned
out.
her all up and got her all back on back on track. But she remembers a lot of it, that, she was in a lot of pain. She couldn't breathe. And then they started working on her. And she said that it was several of them working on her. And she could see what
Every
they were
bone in
pulling
my
out.
body hurt.
Hmm.
It was every bone in my body hurt. I had a headache. I couldn't see. I couldn't breathe. Through my nose, my mouth. Felt like I had a car in my chest. I couldn't even move. And I was like, I'm going. This has to be my time. I'm gonna die like Elvis.
Hmm. On
And
the
that's what I
throne.
thought. And I must have like 3 times because they sent me back 3 times, and I'm like, that is by far. And ever since then, I really haven't gotten sick. I've never gotten severely sick. The only thing that I've ever gotten is maybe like a sore throat or a cough or maybe a headache here and there. I've never got truly sick since then, since that. Like the
That's
flu or
good.
any of that, anything that anybody else has had. I don't get that.
Good. They
Ever
did a
since that
permanent
one.
healing then. Yeah.
I don't know, but that was horrible. That was by far the worst experience I've ever had in my life of being sick.
Mhm. Yeah. Sarah
I
said the same
never
thing.
want to
She
go
is
through that
really
again.
bad. Of course, she was taking care of patients in the hospital, with it, and that's how she ended
Oh
up with
my.
it. Because in the beginning, we didn't have a lot of protective equipment and stuff, and
And I was the only one that
she,
had it. Nobody else in the house had it.
yeah,
And I don't go outside much, so I don't know how I ended up with it, you know? But oh, it was horrible. It hit me like I was getting hit by a freight train.
the other thing I
That's
remember is during that time when I was so sick when I was 7-ish, I was in the hospital and they used that gas, the ether, to do a bronchoscopy. And they I they used too much, and that's when I had a real experience. Is I had already seen the angels in the beginning, but then later in the hospital, I saw everything, and it was every I was in a bubble, and everybody else was inside a
Huh.
bubble, and we were all just bouncing around inside these bubbles, just bouncing around off of each other, and pinging around up in that, and you could see all the lights, and you could I could see the angels, trying to just keep everything calm. And when I woke up, I was talking about the angels and the bubble, being in the bubble and the just bouncing
I don't
around,
think.
and
Wow, that is trippy.
mm,
I don't
I'll never
think
forget.
Groovy ever heard about that one where I was in a coma for 3 months in another world.
No, she didn't. I
No,
don't think she
probably
did.
not.
Nope, I haven't.
That was trippy. Um,
I'm listening, you
I,
guys. I'm just super, super tired, so I'm just like relaxing and listening, but I'm here.
Okay.
I was about 19 years old, and I just lost the love of my life, and I went to a bar and played pool, and I met this girl named Sarah. A nice girl, very spiritual like we are now, and she wanted to live in a sanctuary. Remind me of somebody. Anyway, so we were gonna live in this sanctuary communion thing, but I was working in Gardner, Massachusetts, and I was working 3 jobs, and I got her pregnant. We had a kid. The child was like 2 or 3, um, and she wanted me to go live with her dad and her up in Pittsburgh, which is about an hour or two away. And I was like, I don't want to give up my 3 jobs because I don't want somebody to pay for me. I want to pay for myself, because I don't want to be like my mother. My mother was always a welfare case, and I didn't want somebody to pay for me. I wanted to be, I wanted to support my family, which is very admirable. And I thought I was doing the right thing. Well, we're going down the highway, and we pulled off the highway off to the ramp, and we're going down a quiet road, and she's getting heated. She never got heated at me before, but she was heated as hell. Uh, and I guess she was heated and annoyed because I didn't want to do it. I said, let's wait. Let me gather some more money. Everybody just doesn't want to listen to me when I say gather more money. But anyway, um, she got mad and she slapped me right in the side of the face, really hard. And she's never hit me or anything like that. She just lost her shit, I think, apparently. And it was a stupid thing to do because I was driving in the car and it was raining. It was raining like hell. My daughter's sitting in the seat behind her, and she slapped me so hard that I ended up losing control of the car and I hit a tree. Um, I got knocked out for a second, and I kind of remember myself waking up a little, and I was in a hazy daze, a daze where you're in and out of it. And the last thing I remember seeing was her sitting there impaled with a tree, and same thing with my daughter. I seen them both impaled, and
I'm so sorry.
it broke me, and I
Oh,
passed out. I passed out, and when I woke up, I was coming out of a womb, and I lived a life on another world. From a baby until death, I lived an entire life on another planet, another world, another time. I don't know what it was. Another reality it could have been. Um, I was raised by I was raised by this king. I was a prince, and he was showing me how to use bows and arrows and spears and ride horses and kind of Renaissance kind of thing, and put on my armor, and how regal people should walk and talk, and how how they should eat and all that. He was teaching me all that kind of stuff, and um, well, he ended up getting unalived in a war off his horse with a lance, and I ended up becoming the king, and I ruled over there for a while, and then I handed it off to my son because I got too old, and I had like plenty of kids, and had like 7 or 8 kids, and they were running around, and they had grandkids, and you know how that goes. And I must have lived to be like at least 100 and something. Um, and then when I passed on, I started closing my eyes. I woke up and I was back in my human body on Earth. It took me 3 months. Well, I woke up to being shooken and go, "You caused it. You caused this. You caused this. If it wasn't for you, this wouldn't have happened to my sister." And the dad slapped me in the face saying, "How did you let this happen to my daughter? You son of a bitch. You did this. You did this. It's your fault. Blah, blah, blah." And I'm like, "What, huh?" And it took me 3 months to realize that what had happened because I remember everything that was over there. And when I came back over here, I didn't remember anything that happened over here. And all I know is I woke up to being slapped and punched out of a coma. And it took me 3 months to figure out all that. But yeah, that was the coma incident.
I believe you. That's intense.
I spent a whole entire lifetime, and I was out in a coma for 3 months. It took me. I was in a coma for 3 months. I got out in about 3.5 of the hospital. I had to learn how to walk again. I had to learn how to talk and speak, kind of. I lost some of my teeth at that point, and I had to get medications and stuff because my head was so wrapped up, wailed. And I have and if I shave my head, sometimes you can see the scars on the top of my head. Yeah,
Wow.
that was an experience.
Intense.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah,
I mean, not the first part of it. The second part is pretty cool. Like that,
yeah, living.
it sounds like you almost maybe were like in a past life, but it was still current. I don't know. That's a weird one.
It almost felt like it felt like to me, honestly, it felt like that it happened. It happened to me for a reason, and this is what I think it is too. And it goes into what Honey's been saying and everybody else has been saying, and I kind of avoid it. It's trying to tell me to be the leader because I've always had a thing about not being a leader. Even when I was a little kid, even though I had to lead my brothers and sisters, I've always had to lead, and I didn't want to. Never wanted to be a leader. Never had any ambition to do it. And I think
Natural
it
born
happened
leader.
because yeah, I think it happened to show to say, hey, look, you're a leader. We even gave you an extra life in your life to show you that you're a leader, and I think that experience, helped me a lot, growing up a lot. Because if that experience never happened, I wouldn't probably be who I am today. I probably would have been someone else, and it would have been really probably in prison or in a mental ward somewhere. But that experience helped me because I learned how to do certain things as being a king and all that, and being a leader. And I think it also happened to show me that that even though you live one life, you can live another life at the same time. And I think that's what happened. I think that it all happened. I know it sucked, yeah. But I think it happened in the way it was supposed to, because if I didn't go to that coma, I never would have learned that. So it's almost like they put this life on hold and put me into another one, have me live all that life, and then come back here. You know what I'm saying?
That's what I
Yeah.
keep telling you was they had you change your, because what they talk about is that we have our oversoul that sends out charge, and we're living simultaneously in different time, space, and dimensions. It's just that right now we're focused on this one, and so they just took you and put you in a different focus so you could learn some things that you needed to learn, and you learned a whole lifetime worth of things in 3 months, which
That's
Yeah.
a
is
whole
pretty cool.
lifetime. 150 years.
Yeah. I had a patient that was in a coma for 4 months, and he was on the verge so many times I couldn't even count how many times. And there were so many times the doctors wanted to give up on him, and something just told me not to, that we just shouldn't. And we did a
There's
lot of
magic in that world.
things. And when he finally did wake up, finally, he woke up slow. He was like you. He had to learn. They had to like re-break his shoulders and his knees because no matter how much physical therapy and everything we did over a 4 month period, he had calcification in his joints, and so he had a long rehab process. And I kept up with him and his wife. They were so close. They were like the same person practically, and even their daughters were saying that they never felt significant. They didn't feel like they felt like their parents were perfectly fine without anybody else. That there was no one else as important to them as each other. And she would sit beside his bed every day, all day long, and I'd have to kick her out, make her go home and sleep at night, and get some rest, and then come back and do it the next day. And she spent that whole time with him. And
At least they
when
learn
he
magic over
finally
there.
when he finally started talking about his experiences, he had some wild stories about things that happened to him while he was out of it, and he wouldn't talk about it at first. And I kept up with him after
I
he
get
got
it.
home from rehab and stuff, and I tried to talk him into writing a book about it because it was so fascinating, everything that he went through. He just lived in a whole different world that whole entire time, but he could still hear his wife calling his name, like from a very, very far away. He could hear her
Yeah,
calling his name.
I heard
And
that when I was over there too.
yeah, and so he said that Jesus, and this was not a man who was like, majorly religious or anything. He was just a regular Joe. And but he said it definitely was Jesus that talked to him and told him, "You've got an option here, and you can stay here, or when you do go back, it's going to be painful. It's going to be difficult. It's going to be a hard road for you to come back from this because there's been so much damage to your body." But he could hear her, and he chose to come back. But he said in the
That was
beginning, it was like he was wandering around in this real murky, red, deserty, rocky. place, just kind of wandering around, and he could see other shadowy things around him, and he could hear voices and crying out, and but he never could see clearly. And so he was calling them the D word, he didn't know what else to say, and he couldn't figure it out, and he was constantly trying to find his way back to her. And that's when Jesus came to him and told him, you have a choice here.
That
But it
kind of
scared
reminds
him.
me of when I was over there. When I was over there and I was living that life, every once in a while I could hear, "You need to come back. You need to go back." It was like, it was almost like a tiny whisper, a voice in your head.
Yeah. He said
But I
it sounded
recognized
like,
it.
he said he heard her voice, but it sounded like she was way far away and down a
Yeah,
mountain
distant.
calling him,
Yeah,
and he could
that.
hear her voice.
Yeah, kind of like an echo, kind of.
And he never did
Uh,
write that
fo-
book. I
but
wanted
I
him
do
to. I
remember
thought he
that, and I
should.
remember hearing that too when I was over there. I remember hearing voices, but I didn't know. I thought it was. I don't know what it was when I was over there. I know I was hearing voices, but when I I didn't know who it was. But I do remember hearing voices, and it sounded very distant, far away.
Paul, did you see in the live where Lisa wrote, if cats have 9 lives, how many do dragons have?
Yeah. I don't know how many. I don't know, but
Has Brim ever
I've.
told you how old he actually is? Has he ever told
He
you?
said he is older than this universe.
Brim does?
Oh,
Grimm is
yeah.
older than this universe.
Huh.
Yeah. Pretty
Before
cool.
this universe was created, Grimm was in existence in
Well,
his
does that
own.
answer it for you, Lisa?
Yep.
So,
Trillions and maybe zillions of years ago, because whatever this universe, this is what he has told me. He said when his universe collapsed because of he had to get rid of it, he came to this one, and he said it was a freshly new created universe. When he seen it being created, and that's when he entered. So, who knows?
yeah.
Because he had his own universe at one time too, and he was like the god creator over there. So, however old he was over there, I don't even know. But he was. I know he was here when this universe started. Because he tells me a lot of the history of the universe, on how Earth started.
That's pretty cool.
Huh?
That's pretty cool. I mean,
He also told
I
me
had
how the Big Bang and all of that happened. He
yeah,
watched it.
watched it being created.
Yeah. He said he was outside of his universe in interstellar space and watched it being created.
Wow.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah.
You guys want to hear something else really cool?
Yeah.
Sure.
Do you remember on Tuesday how I got a special message channeled through, and I told you that it felt like it was from my Palladian mother, and
Yeah.
it came through to me?
From Ariel.
One of the things that she said was that, and I can't say it quote for quote like verbatim. I can't remember exactly. I wish I could, but it was something like, my hand is on your shoulder as it always has been. So that was Tuesday night. So Wednesday, which is okay, yesterday. Oh, when you go to the ER, you get so messed up on what day it is. Okay, yeah. So yesterday was Wednesday. I'm taking my shower and I'm washing myself, and I see that I have a bruise on the top of my shoulder. How does someone who is bedbound get a bruise on the top of your shoulder? When I was laying here and Paul was channeling her, that is the exact shoulder and the exact spot where I pictured her reaching out and placing her hand onto my shoulder.
What shoulder was it?
My right shoulder. I can show you the bruise.
That's
Just
what I thought.
validation.
I believe you.
That's what I thought. Because I pictured her
Validation.
touching the right shoulder.
Wasn't that area though?
Yeah,
That was the area.
Can you guys
Yeah.
see me?
Hold on. That was the area. That looks like the left shoulder.
Well, it's my right. Can you see it? Right
Yeah.
there.
Oh my.
Huh.
Yeah.
And it's purple, which means it's fresh. It's
Yeah.
It
just,
looks like a fingerprint.
yep. It's just started. I mean, look at it. It is literally on the top of my shoulder. The camera is literally above me. How
Yeah.
does someone in my situation, being bedbound, get a bruise on the top? No CNA is touching me there. No one has to flip me, or when I get into my shower chair, I get into my shower chair independently. So it's not like anyone has accidentally slipped. You know what I mean? There's no
Uh-huh.
reason other than my Palladian mother putting her hand on me. That's the only reason that bruise is there, or should be there.
Well,
Right?
then it's just validation for you.
She knew I was gonna doubt her.
Yeah.
That's why she
Well,
did it.
She knew.
If
That's
she's laughing right now, I can hear her. She's laughing.
and that's probably why you were brought here to us in the first place, right?
Hmm. No coincidences.
Yeah, she knew.
Because
She
Aria
was,
has a thing for me.
Does she?
Oh, yeah.
What is
She's
the
always
thing?
had a thing for me. She's been with me my entire life. She's been in and out of my life, in and out. And I've seen her walking as a human. Multiple
Really?
times. Yes.
I wonder if I've ever bumped into her as a human. I wonder if she came and checked on me and I didn't even know that it was her, my mother, checking on me.
I'll tell you how I seen her as a human. I'll tell you the 3 times I seen her as a human. The first time is when I was a little boy. I was like 5 years old. My mom went out on the streets, being, her normal self, making that money. Anyway, and she left me home in this place called Grayburg Valley, of course. And it's a projects. My dad didn't like me because I was an Italian and, anyway. So he tried to off me. So he nailed the windows shut and lit the place on fire. And I just watched Godzilla on TV and passed out, went to sleep. I had a dream about Godzilla burning the place down. I opened up my eyes, I'm seeing fire everywhere. I was scared, and I crawled up on my bed to the head of the bed, and there was a woman. I could hear a woman's voice. She goes, "Don't be afraid. I'm here for you. I won't let those shadows get you." You know, kind of like Final Destination, where you see the shadows going across the walls.
Yes.
And she's like, "Don't be afraid. I'm here. I'll protect you always. You're very special to me." And she saved my, and she was there the entire time. And then she cradled me in her and pushed me to her chest and held me close. She says, "Don't look, don't look. It'll be okay. Someone's coming. Someone's coming." And I heard a grunt, and I heard a big built fireman come flying through the wall, the cement wall, the brick wall, with an axe. And he grabs me off the bed and takes me out, and I'm kicking and screaming, going, "Save the woman! Save the woman! Save the woman!" And they bring me out, and he's like, "There is no woman. There was just you in there." I'm like, "No, there's a woman." I was so adamant that there was a woman in there. So they're trying to put this oxygen thing on my face, and I'm just screaming, "Save the woman!" They went in there like 3 times and couldn't find the woman. And as soon as they put the oxygen mask on my face, I look over to the left, and I seen her walking as a human in the back of the crowd. Walking. She looked at me, she winked and smiled and walked away. And that was the first time. The
That's
second
so cool.
time, I did a good deed for somebody, because it was a homeless man, and I was homeless too, and I had like $2,
How does she
and
spell her name?
AIREA.
Like, do you think I could Google her? It would come up?
I don't know. It might. And
I'm gonna try.
I
Okay.
helped a homeless man, but anyway, and I got good things that happened to me, and I went into a restaurant and I went to buy the food. So I bought the food, and I got the biggest steak dinner, because I didn't eat for like a week anything good. It was just like whatever I could find, and I was homeless as shit, so I'm in there and I'm picking out, and I got this food, and I went to pay for the bill, and the lady goes, "That lady over there just paid." I'm like, "Lady?" I looked over, and there was a blonde lady with piercing blue eyes. She paid for the meal. And I looked down, and I was sitting by the door, so there's no way anybody could have went by me to go to the bathroom or leave the
Hang
restaurant.
on.
I had to go by me.
I gotta put you guys on hold because my CNA's here.
Okay. So
I'm sorry.
as I walked, as I raised my head, I was gonna go thank her. After the waitress walks away, I'm looking at the bill and it says paid. I look up, and and she was sitting there. She was sitting there still, staring at me and smiling. I'm walking over. I'm looking at her, and I walked over. For a split second, I turned to the right and I looked at something, because something got my attention. I looked to the right, and I turned back, and there was nobody at the table. I walked to the table where she was sitting. There was no way anybody could have gotten by me unless she jumped over the bar wall. You know what I'm saying? Of the restaurant. She had to have walked by me. Nobody walked by me. And I stood at the table going, "Huh, what the hell?" And I turned around and I walked back. I said, "Did the lady pass here?" She's like, "No." And the lady says, "I didn't see her leave." And I asked the customer, because he was sitting by the door, and I was like, "Did you see a lady leave?" He's like, "No, nobody left." So explain that one to me. I'd like to explain that one. There was
Well,
no way out of the restaurant.
it was her. You know it was. You don't need to explain it.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. There's no way you could. It was her. And then another time is when I seen her when I was fully awake. Is I was sitting on a porch. Well, this was about a year and a half, 2 years ago now. Back before I met Honey here. I was in the commander's lab, and he goes, "You got to meet a Palladian." I'm like, yeah, right, whatever. Yeah, sure. Her name's Aria. She's a Palladian. And he's like, "You're going to meet a Palladian." I'm like, yeah, okay. He goes, "No, I'm telling you, you're going to meet a Palladian within a week." I'm like, okay. And when someone tells me that, I'm like, yeah, okay. Yeah, sure. So I'll see it when I believe it kind of thing. So I kind of brushed it off, and 3 days passed, nothing. 4 days passed. I started feeling something was looking at me. I didn't pay attention to it though. About the fifth day, I came back around and I was on live with UFO Guru at the time. We were on a live, and I was physically talking to live, talking about my experiences. Um, and it's 3 o'clock in the morning, and I'm sitting out there and talking on this live, sitting on the front porch of the other house, and I heard, "Hey, hey, come here, hey, come here." I'm looking around. At first, I ignored it because I thought maybe I was just hearing in my mind, so I ignored it. But UFO Guru says, "Did you hear that?" I'm like, "Hear what?" He goes, "There's a woman saying, 'Look.'" And I'm like, "Huh?" He's like, "Yeah." And I'm like, "Oh, shit. Oh, crap." So I'm like, "Okay, I'll go look." So I put the cigarette out. I have my, the phone I'm using now this is why I call this one an alien phone. But anyway, I took this phone that I'm using right now, and I I got off the porch. I look right, I look left, I look up, I look down. Don't see anything. But I heard the voice to the right. "Hey, over here. Don't make me repeat myself." So I go around and I start following it to the back of the building, the back of the house. As I started getting to the back of the house, it started emulating like a blue fog was in the backyard. I'm like, "This is weird. Someone having a party?" Uh, and then I started getting lightheaded as I got closer to the back of the house. I fell to my knee with this phone that I'm talking to you on now was in my right hand, and I started getting lightheaded. I fell to my knee, holding the phone. The live, I'm still on the live, mind you. Everybody could hear this on the live. Um, I see a blue beam come down. She walks closer to me. She had long blonde hair, piercing blue eyes, and she walked right up to me as I'm on my right knee with the phone in my hand. She walks up to me and she touched my forehead with her like my third eye with her index finger. My whole body glowed like a Super Saiyan. It was white, blue, and gold. It started like pulsating like I was trying to do some super Dragon Ball Z thing or something. And then I faded. I passed out apparently. And then, well, about seven days later, I remembered what happened because I got back on a live with him, and it all came back to me, and I know exactly what happened. Uh, but that's the third time I met Aria. and that was face to face, flesh to flesh thing that I thought the commander was full of crap. But well,
Was that when he first came on, like 6 years ago?
it was back before the Rory group. About a couple months before the Rory group. It was like July.
Oh, okay. So it wasn't right in the beginning of this
There's an
show.
E in it. It was ARIEA.
I started watching him right away too, just
Yeah,
out of curiosity. And his show was way different then. He talked more about Christ consciousness, going
right.
within, meditation, you know, being, it was just different. And then
It's
all of
11/11. That was funny when AK put her name in. It was 11/11 when he put the name in.
cool.
I was
Well,
like,
anyway,
what?
he really started changing about a year into his show.
Uh
Things
huh.
really started changing for him. He really got he always did talk about, the UFOs and stuff, but it was more like that's been his life research and what he's talked about on his radio show. And but he was really into really the Christ consciousness and how we should all understand that we're all one collectively, and that we're all, creators. And he talked more like what we talk about stuff. And then all of a sudden he did a very abrupt all about the space, the galaxy, the galactics. And then he forbid anyone to really speak about anything else on his show. After that, it was like you can't talk about anything else. If
Right.
anybody tried to, talk about any kind of other spirituality thing, he's like, we don't talk about that on this show. There's plenty of other
Everything is
It
shows out there.
happened.
paranormal.
It happened whenever he started with April.
Is it
No, I
when
started
he
before
started?
that. He started when Rory went in there.
Yeah, I think
Yeah,
so.
he did some, but definitely whenever April started channeling that first being.
Oh my God, yeah. The gin.
What was
It was a gin.
Yeah.
Well, he was
I
changing even before that, though. He was really
yeah.
changing the focus of his show way before that. And then Roy was in there. That was one night. Roy was in there, and that's when Roy saw the um, portal over here by my house and was telling me stuff about, what was going on in my yard and things. And I was like, whoa. Um, but after that, it's like Commander kind of really did get kind of hardcore, and he got bossy. He's like, you can't call them this, you have to call them that. You can't say UFO, you have to say whatever it is he wants you to say.
ET,
You can't call them aliens, you have to call them
ET.
galactic, yeah, ET or galactics or whatever. And then when that thing started coming through on her phone, that was weird. That was
Yeah.
really weird because you could
Yeah.
hear it. You could hear that thing.
I
And
heard
see,
it.
that's when James and Gracie got real aggressive about trying to
I
get
did too.
April off the airwaves and get him off the airwaves too. And he never would believe that they reported him, but they did.
Yeah.
They they did,
He
and they
kind
were.
of fawned all over both of them.
Yeah, and they would come on the show and fawn all over him, and then they would go to everybody else's lives and their own lives
He
and talk
badmouth
trash
them.
about him. Yeah, and they did the same thing to her, and I never could reconcile any of that. Um, if you're
Well,
gonna say something, at least say it to your face. You know what I mean?
did I ever
Just
Yeah.
tell
say it.
you what happened when that being came on?
Hmm. What?
No, when that being came on, I was having weird shit happen in my house.
Yeah,
What,
me too.
what being?
The
What
first
was it?
one April channeled.
What was that thing's name?
Oh,
Paul?
I don't, uh, y'all
I
don't
don't know, but
start
it was a
saying it.
gin.
Yeah,
It
don't
began with a
start
D.
saying it. Definitely.
Yeah, it was spelled different than it was pronounced, but anyway, it kept making. It just kept getting more and more clear with the communication, actually, and it was coming through her phone, and then it was coming through his house. It was coming in through his house, which was
It,
very strange.
and I when I
Didn't it
when,
come through his Alexa a couple of times too?
yeah,
Yeah.
Through the
it,
Lexi.
it,
Yeah.
Yeah.
when that voice was coming through, I could hear it out out from my phone. It was moving shit around my house, and my lights were flickering.
And a lot of people on the show were experiencing that. I,
Yeah,
I never, I never did, but
I
I
did.
know a lot of other people did.
Well, it's before
Mm.
I learned how to protect myself.
And then that's when James started calling it the D word and saying, "Oh my word, we're calling in the D's." And he started talking, his religion stuff and um, getting all wigged out, saying we were, um, what was it? He was because blasphemy. That's what he kept saying. It was blasphemy. This is all blasphemy. You're calling in the D's and you're getting in trouble and you're gonna, do all this stuff. And he got all wigged out. And I told him off one night. I don't remember if it was on Commander's Live or somebody else's live, but I
My
just told him
live.
off and told him what a jerk he was. And
It was on my
so,
live.
well, on your
I
live, that was
haven't.
after I told
I
him off
think
again on your live after his angel experience. I told
I
him off
haven't seen
before.
him in a long time.
He
I
hadn't
told
said
him
nothing to
off
me
right
after
away
I proved him wrong because I
because
told him
I
both
told him
him
that he was gonna. I told him you're gonna have an experience and you're gonna have one that you can't deny without lying, and you're gonna know that what we're
and I
telling
told him
you is right.
he came up on my live. Him and UFO God. They both came
Mm-hmm.
into my live, and I told them what Area said. She goes,
Mm-hmm.
if they want to keep running their mouths, I'm gonna make it known. I'm going to
Mm-hmm.
do it. She said she was going to do it. Um, and
Yep.
within 7 days, UFO God, I was on his live. You could hear Area speaking. You could see the
Yep.
UFO. And it was totally daytime and it flipped to nighttime within 30 seconds, and you could see things were going on when he was on his live. That's probably why he blocked
Mm-hmm.
me. But anyway,
Yeah.
Area was messing with him and said he wants a show. I'm going to give him a show. So she gave him a show, and then she said, "Now for James, I'm going to make it where it's undisputable, where he cannot deny it." So he went to the beach one day, and I was like, and he said, "I had an experience, and it was exactly the way you told me it was going to happen. Happened." I'm like,
Mm-hmm.
I told you. And ever since then,
Well,
James has
he
not
made
come
a
in here,
big.
neither has God.
He has. He went on and on and on about how there's only Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ is the only way. That you can't call yourself a god. That's blasphemy. You can't talk about that Christ consciousness isn't real. You're just you're destroying religion and blah blah blah. And then he had that angel experience on the
And then he had
mountaintop
the
out in the
UFO
woods.
one.
Yeah, he
And
had the
that
UFO one too.
and the
And
funny thing is that same alien that he talked to is the same one I talked to the same day. I talked to the
hmm
alien on Sunday, and it gave me a whole a 4 or 5 page essay. Remember that? It gave
hmm
me a 4 or 5 page essay. James was in here, and I read it to him. And ever since that day, where I told him about that he's going to get that visitation and that, and I told him about that I had the same meeting with that same being that you spoke to, and he ever since then he hadn't said nothing to me.
well, I know
Neither
he
has
came on after he had the angel experience. I don't know if it was Michael or somebody else. It was some big, strong, manly looking angel, because I guess that's what they had to show him for him to believe. But he came on to Commanders and just had the entire show. He commanded the whole show, telling his whole experience and how astonished and everything else he was.
He was
And
crying.
yes, yes, he was. He was in tears.
right.
And then very slowly he went back to saying stuff like, well, it's only one way. You can only believe one thing. You can't,
Until a
it's
UFO
a
showed
God.
up.
Yeah. And so then he
Until a
had to go
UFO
back
showed up, and then
again.
he went silent after that.
Yep.
Because
Yeah.
he came she actually came on my live and said, "You were right, brother. I seen
hmm
it. There was no denying it.
I think I
You
was
seen it
there
clear
that
as
night you
day."
came on here. Yeah. I
Mm-hmm. You
think
were there.
Yaya was, yeah, and Yaya was on there too. And he told us, he said,
Mm-hmm.
yeah, he had to apologize. And he actually did it. And I was proud of him for doing that. But
He's like,
he's kind
he
of,
ain't no bullshit, and he told it. It's like I told you it was gonna happen.
well, he's so hard headed. He wouldn't listen to anybody else's viewpoint. And I told him often that, it's not just one way, James. It's not like that. If you want to believe in your religious dogma and that's what you want to do with your life in this life, that's up to you. I'm not going to
And
take
that
that
was the
away
same
from
thing
you.
with UFO God. UFO
But
God was
nobody
the
told
same way.
me.
He didn't believe it either.
Yeah.
But when
And
he
then
seen it, they both blocked me probably. But I haven't seen either of them since that
I
day.
haven't
Since I
seen
said that to him,
I haven't seen Grace or James in a long time.
I haven't seen
Sometimes
Grace, James, or UFO God. All three of
Grace
them, ever since that day, they haven't said anything to me.
Grace will come into Yaya's um, ceremony. When she has her moon ceremonies, I'll see her in there. But other than that, I hardly ever see her.
That was funny
And
though.
she's
After I
always
told him it,
she's
I said
always
that's gonna
painting
happen.
She's
those
never spoken to me.
she paints those angel pictures and talks about angels and Jesus, and that's kind of her thing. And she was talking about how her art is in demand and this and that. And then Candace came out with that painting she did. Holy moly cows! That painting that Candace did is stupendous. I mean, literally gorgeous art.
Yeah.
And it made what Grace does look kind of amateurish, actually. You know, and every
Well,
time
the
Grace
last
would
thing I
show one of
heard
her
is
angel pictures, I'd laugh.
Grace and what's his face put together.
Yeah.
James,
Well, at,
that
Yeah.
and then he got divorced or something. I mean, he was married when
hmm
I don't know. It was kind of a
he said he wasn't though, because that was that whole conversation we had that he wanted everybody to understand that he was not married when he started that. He wanted
well.
all those rumors to be gone. I told him it didn't matter. But he was talking about how he was not controlling. He was a wonderful person. He was the most giving, loving, absolutely
Yeah.
kindest, considerate soul
Loud
ever
and
was made.
obnoxious.
And I gave him a 30-minute rant and told him
Oh yeah, you did.
exactly what he's like,
I don't think it was
what he
30. I think
comes
it was
off
35
as.
minutes.
I'm telling you, I let him have it because
Oh yeah, you went on.
he's a narcissist to the nth degree, and he is very controlling. And he kept saying he didn't think that, asking her to tell him where she was every minute of the day was too much to ask when he had professed his love. And I'm like, dude, you're a nut. You're a complete nut. Yeah, I don't think I think I've only talked to him a couple times since.
I haven't. Since that
I think
conversation
he avoids me.
with him proving that when I proved I was right that he was going to get a visitation, he
Mhm.
and then that argument with you, that was the same chat. Ever since
Well,
that chat, him or UFO God has not shown face to me.
I didn't mean to argue with him. I was simply pointing out that he was not
Right.
viewing himself as he is viewed. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And I was
And then
just
Mac
saying,
started. Remember, Mac was there too.
well, yeah, I already reamed Mac out so many times I can't remember how many times Mac
Because
got the wrath.
right after James left, he went right on to Mac.
Well, Mac deserved it too. Dang it.
What?
You know, come on.
Did you
We're
say
all,
Honey moved on to Mac after and
yes, I
told?
did. Yes, I
Well,
did.
So did I.
man, well, he was loud and stuff, but I didn't. I got mad at him when that new lady came in and he was so rude to her, and I was just pissed.
I don't think I was there that night. I don't remember that at all. I
You
think we
weren't.
talked about it.
He was so rude, and I should have spoken up and said, "This is BS. Knock it off." But
That's
I
when
thought
the life went south.
I I
Yeah.
I quit coming if he was here.
I quit coming a couple of weeks for a couple of weeks because I was so irritated with him. You couldn't get a word in, and he was right, and he kept talking about those strangest things.
Well, and he was
And
attacking people.
Yeah,
yeah,
that's what had it done for me. I was like, no.
That's how
well,
when that new lady came and he
anytime
just jumped on her, I was just pissed.
anytime any person that will tell you that they know it all, they know everything, that they've been told by the universe or someone in the universe that this is how it is and this is absolutely the only way it is, that's when you walk away from those people.
Right.
Like that person, Suzanne, you sent me, she sounded reasonable. There were
That no,
some
she
things
was
she said,
nuts. I thought
but
she was nuts. I thought
there were a few
she would
things. There
throw
were
in things every now and then that were true, and then she would say the most bizarro stuff and talk about
right,
how special she was, and
right,
but yet
and
it was
and she
all like, girlfriend,
chosen.
you're straight, you're like you said, whiplash from the religious trauma to, I mean, I don't know where she, and
Yeah.
the weird stuff she said, like being an angel hybrid. What the hell are you talking? What do you mean?
Well, and I've been thinking about that some too, because you can have angelic DNA, but I don't think you can have an angel hybrid unless. Now I thought about this. Unless you had an angel, an actual fallen angel, who
Yeah,
chose to have relations with a human.
yeah,
Otherwise,
and
they're no longer, and then when they do that, they're no longer then the pure angelic.
that was when then the babies were the giants, weren't they? or the
The Nephilim?
Nephilim or somebody?
Yeah,
No.
no, no,
No.
no.
The
Wasn't
Nephilim
who?
are okay.
I'm not a Bible scholar, obviously.
No,
It's
okay,
not
you know,
necessarily all
like
Bible.
the Nephilim were kind of like Hercules, Thor, Perseus, and all them. They were the Nephilims.
Okay.
The gods, like Greek mythology, Nordic mythology, and the pagan mythologies, are really the angels that were in heaven that fell.
Oh,
They decided to come to Earth, and they decided they liked all the earthly things,
yeah.
and they
Yes.
didn't, and they couldn't go back. And that's essentially what happened with with Morningstar, Lucifer. He just enjoyed the earthly things so much. They gave him an opportunity to come back and be cleansed and return to his archangel status, and he declined it. He said he preferred to stay on the earth with humans and partake of human things.
I'm going to explain
He
this because a lot of people don't understand this. That when when they said the angels had fallen, they weren't thrown out of heaven. What it
right,
is the term is Lucifer. Here's a prime example. Lucifer was in heaven, and the reason why he fell because he was in a higher vibration. And when you're in a higher
mm,
vibration and you let negative thoughts influence you, you're going to become weaker and you're going to fall from that vibration to a lower vibration. And that is
and
what
pretty,
Lucifer did. Lucifer was the most worst sin he did was he was very prideful. And when he was very prideful, he lost that vibration and he fell out of heaven. That's why they call them the
right.
fallen. They weren't thrown out. They would have been or cast out. They weren't thrown or cast. They fell out of heaven because they
They
fell out of that high vibration
they
that they
cho-
were in into a lower
they
vibration.
chose they chose to, because in order
Yes.
to interact, they had to lower their frequency.
Right.
So they chose to do it. They weren't thrown out or
Yes.
cast out, or they're still just as loved as everyone else. And they were given the opportunity to raise their frequencies back up and return, and they chose not to do that, and they have free will. That
And it goes back to the old saying of what in the part of the Bible, and was one of my favorite verses. I don't know the number of it, but I remember the verse goes, "Let us create man in our image and in our likeness." That means there was more than one God. One was the creator, but there was other gods there. The creator is the creator. The gods were, you could take it as Zeus, Apollo, Aphrodite,
raw.
Nyx,
Yeah.
Gaia, Mars, Odin, whoever.
Yes.
Yes, all of them. They were the angels that fell from heaven, and when they came to earth, they mated with the humans. Henceforth, you've got Thor, and Hercules and all them. Now, what the giants were more of the Tartarians. Those were the
Did,
giants.
weren't they a product of the DNA manipulation that they did?
The Tartarians?
The giants.
No, Tartarians, no. See, the Tartarians were different. They were the original humans that were placed on this earth when when Gaia was here. It was
Mm,
Tiamat. It was called Tiamat. Earth
mm.
Earth was called Terra, which we had the Tartarians. Terra had smashed into Tiamat and it became Earth. Because
This is
Tiamat,
super interesting. I went down the rabbit hole with the Tartarians like a couple weeks ago. I can't
Mhm.
believe what we did to them.
yes,
Right.
the Tartarians were the first ones because they were on. What had happened was I knew this story was going to have to come up sooner or later. All right, humans used to rule the universe. they got their asses handed to them because they got too cocky and they were belligerent, narcissistic, and too powerful and strong. A lot of alien races and space beings annihilated and massacred billions and trillions of humans all over the universe, even in interstellar space. They were annihilated everywhere. The only last surviving race, because they're not allowed to annihilate an entire race. So they took the good ones who were left, which were the Tartarians. They were the last group of humans, and they were circling Nibiru. When Nibiru came through here, Terra, their home planet, they were moved off Terra because back to the home world of Nibiru. And when Nibiru came back with the other planets orbiting, one of the planets smashed into the planet. There was a planet between Mars and Jupiter, I think it was, and it smashed the planet and it made the asteroid belt. And then the other planet came through, and Terra, which was their home world, smashed into Earth, smashed into Tiamat, because Tiamat had dragons, jinns, and Bigfoots on it. They smashed it, and when it did this was Tiamat, and when Terra came in, it went like this. It totally enveloped. It kind of ate Tiamat. Henceforth, that's why you're in Earth. This was Terra, and it went over and completely covered Tiamat. That's why they say is there aliens on the ground. Yes, those are the original beings that were here before us. They got covered by Terra, and the planet got reformed. So when Terra, it became Earth, and there was no life on it now. And the only life that was on it was underground. So there's no life on the surface of the planet. They found that when they had gold on that planet, which was Earth, there was gold on it, and they wanted to mine the gold. They told the Tartarian people to do it, and they're like, we're not doing that. But they lived here on Earth. So they went and got the Iji people, and they were from Mars. They were not humans. Nobody on Mars was human. They weren't even humanoid. They were all lizardy kind of looking beings. They all looked like lizards. And they had them coming over working on Earth. And then they weren't going to cut it. They said, no, we're not doing it. We ain't your slaves. We're not doing it. So they left Earth, went back to Mars, and got blasted. They got beat up, and they went and hit on the ground, and that's why Mars is no longer livable. So they're hiding underground too. So when somebody says he's an alien from Mars, he wasn't human. But anyway, so when that happened, the Tartarians were still here. They needed to make humans. So they took the Bigfoot DNA and they were trying to make humans with it. That's where the missing link is. Bigfoot is our missing link because they tried several times with Anunnaki DNA, with Bigfoot DNA to make human DNA. And you can see that in the resemblance of the failed experiments that were left on the planet, like apes, chimpanzees, and all those kind of primates. Those were the failed experiments that they were trying to make the humans to do the work. They finally perfected
they're trying
it.
to make them strong enough and dumb enough to do it.
Yes. And when they did that, they created Neanderthals. And they went too far into dumbness.
Right.
So they got more, they took out more Bigfoot.
Killing each other.
Yep. And so what they did is they made Earth was like a zoo, and they created Adam.
Yeah.
And that is how the planet started.
And your favorite verse is in Genesis, and it's actually right in the beginning, and it's the second creation story. There's the first creation story in the chapter 1 of Genesis, and then the third chapter has the second creation story, which is your favorite. The one says, "Let us create in our image."
And
Yeah.
in our likeness.
And if you point that out to anyone, it gets them really angry.
Oh yeah, it
Trust
does.
me, really angry. So yeah, I pointed that out like before I was 10.
And that's why I don't really believe in the Bible too much, because it all makes sense to me, and I've got more logical and more sensible thinking like that, because it would only make sense that if the the creator is all holy and just, why would he be jealous? And
Right.
why would he destroy things? That's not the creator. That was the other ones posing as the creator. The only thing the creator did, he created the planet and he created Jesus. The rest of that, and maybe some of the miracles that were in the Bible, but all of that negative stuff that God supposedly did, no, those were the other fallen gods that did that. Like
And
the
it wasn't just,
and
yeah, it wasn't just one either. It wasn't just Yahweh. It was several others, Baal and some
yep,
others that were all messing around doing all these evil things. And
and we'll go back to this. Remember when Adam and Eve were on the planet? They had Cain and Abel. Cain killed Abel. Well, unalived Abel. So what happened to Cain? He was marked. And what did he say when he was marked? He said, "Oh, they're going to unalive me. What am I going to
mhm.
do?" Who is he talking about? He's talking about the Tartarians. That's who he was talking about. Because when
Yeah,
he left
that's
Adam and Eve,
out into
he
the
went to live with the
lands of the other.
Tartarians.
He went out into the lands to live with the others. That's it. Says it
Yes,
plain
the
as day.
Tartarians.
Hmm.
That was the
Yeah.
Tartarians, and they were called the Gentiles in the Bible. That's why the walls of Jericho, Sodom and Gomorrah, that was all Tartarian cities.
Right. Right.
And that's what they did.
It took,
That the gods
it took
were
me a
so
long
mad and
time to find
furious
all
with the
that information.
Tartarians, they wanted them out. So they eliminated all the Tartarians.
I had to read all that stuff. I didn't have a brim to tell me all that story. I had to go and read and research and do it all my life. It took me until I was nearly 40 years old to get all that information together.
Actually, Brim told me some of that, but you know who told me the most of it?
Who?
Epi and Area.
Effie. I was going to say Effie.
Epi and Area. Because you know who Area is?
Yeah.
Area is really the Palladian Mother Electra.
Yeah. And she knows I mean, she was their one of their original Mother Pleiadian teachers.
Yeah.
So that were left here to to help keep our history and to teach us
Pure.
how to be good and
And another
find our
thing
way.
too that do you know that the human race was smarter back in the time of the Egyptians?
Yes, they were
Do you know that the
very
Egyptians
much
had heated
so.
boats, batteries, light bulbs? They had all that. Plumbing.
Yes,
They had all that.
and they
How?
used a
Here's the thing
wonderful
that people never
crystal.
understand. If they had that stuff in Egyptian times, right? How is
Mm.
it that humans got stupid and they went back to the Renaissance where they didn't know what a bathroom was, what a light bulb was, and a candle? And the reason why that is because are you going to raise a child and hand your child a nuclear bomb? No.
Mm.
And the only reason why, in the beginning, why humans were handed that is because the Tartarians were here and they had some say. The reason why it became the Dark Renaissance era is that's when they finally eliminated all the Tartarians were off the planet. So they had full control. That's when the last of them were annihilated at that point.
And they dumbed us all down so we could work for them for the rest of ever.
Yeah. And then in the last 1900s, we started getting smarter, and they didn't like it.
Well, Jesus told all that. It's in the Mary Magdalene diaries. It's in the Book of Philip. It's all the they took all the magical, um, esoteric information that Jesus came to tell us. They took all that out. They
Do
didn't
you know there
want.
was magic on this planet?
Yeah,
You
yeah.
could actually hurl fireballs and ice walls. You can do all that. The reason why we can't do that is because there's a veil. That veil shields us from doing that.
And we lost our
Again,
tree.
because we're not evolved enough to handle that. That's why they put the veil up.
And that's what Cryon talks about a lot, is that we've been held back from many discoveries, because
Right.
we weren't yet ready. So the discovery wasn't made, the patent ones wasn't done. And then once it became apparent that it was okay, you can look back in history and see where these discoveries all happened within a very short period of one another all around the world. All of a
You want to know what a
sudden,
dragon
they
was?
all had an
A,
idea.
a dragon was a dinosaur.
Hmm.
A dragon was a dinosaur.
Yeah.
How did they make fire? Easy. They burp gas. They sharpen their teeth with rocks. When you smash two rocks together, you get a spark. And when they burp, there's your gas. Okay. Um, was there unicorns? Yes. And fairy
Hmm.
tales, unicorns were never ridden by humans. They were ridden by magical beings or small folk. And what was the unicorn? Unicorn was a goat. Look at a goat and then look at a unicorn.
I
Well,
know.
okay.
I remember
Do we
reading.
have elves? Yes, there's still elves on the planet. There is people that are short with pointy ears because I dated one. The whole
Uh-huh.
family had pointed ears and they were elves and they were from Ireland. Um,
Yeah.
dwarfs. Do I need to explain that one?
Right. Right. It's just
So
pretty
we.
amazing if you would just get curious and start actually reading about these things,
Mhm.
and then a lot of the stuff in the Bible, these stories they tell in the Bible, they stole them, they plagiarized them
Yeah, from pagan
from the
religions.
or from the writings, those people who were writing these big writings 5,000 years before. They just plagiarized all their writings and brought them into and said, "Oh, well, let's put that in here. Let's put that in there."
And who was the
Saint
guy
Ger-
that did that?
Saint Germain. Oh,
Oh,
Constantine.
and then who was
Constantine.
the other guy who rewrote it?
Uh,
Wasn't
King
that King
James.
James,
Yeah.
King.
Mister
Well,
Devil
King
worshiper
James.
himself?
Yeah. Well, Constantine did it. It was a political thing. He didn't want the pagans and the Christians fighting, and he
Right.
decided he became enthralled with the followers of Jesus, but they decided they were only going to pick. They had a whole bunch of different sects of Jesus followers that had all these different names. They even had the Magdalens. They had a group of Christian followers or followers of Jesus who followed Mary Magdalene, and they were centralized over in France, Europe area for a long time, and that's where Mary Magdalene was when she ascended at the end of her
As for
time here.
divine, some of us are. It's in your DNA. A lot of how you handle things in this life and any other life it tells you in your DNA. I can look at people and tell what they are. That's why I can do card readings, starseed, past life, visions, healing, and any question to the universe. And please like and share. But yes, we do a card reading for 25. But yes, I do all that. I've told people they're star seeds, and I've told them their past lives. And the reason why I tell you your past life is because the universe wants you to know something is important in that life that you need to learn in this life. It's the only reason why I do it. Information should be
So
given freely.
when they do the Dolores Cannon quantum hypnotherapy, they'll go to the higher self, and then the higher self will choose one or two prior lives to tell, and that's to help the client with whatever thing is going on with them at that moment. Once you realize something in your past life, then it can help you solve whatever problem is going on in this life. That's how they choose the hypnotherapist will choose it with the higher self. And they can do one level quantum therapy, and then they can go into a full blown 5 hour session with your higher self too. That goes beyond your past lives. But the way it's explained in Dolores Cannon's teachings is that the higher self will choose the lives that are revealed at that point. And they try to reveal it to you, your higher self does, in downloads and dreams and uh, synchronicities, or deja vu kind of feelings, or they bring people into your life at a specific time to help remind you of something that would trigger you to remember from a past life and help you solve a problem in this life.
And it's always funny because Honey's like, well, this person said this, and that. It's saying just like you. And he goes, I don't understand how you know all these things, but, and it was just like
No,
they do.
that's what I was just saying. It pisses me off. I spent how many years of my life reading all this shit, and you just know it. It kind of pisses me off. You know what I mean? I spent years reading and researching and trying to figure all this stuff out, and somebody just told you. That's just wrong. But we got here, and I'm here to, we got somebody brought me here to you so that I could validate you because you were having trouble believing in yourself, and you know
Right?
that.
There's a lot out there.
You
There's
needed,
planets around the solar system that are not even listed yet.
you
Do you
desperately,
know how
you
many?
desperately
How
needed
many?
someone in your life that would validate some of these weird things you were saying, so you would believe it because you were having a hard time believing in yourself when
Right?
I met you.
Do you remember? You know, everybody ever hear about these floating cities in the sky? You know what they really are?
The mothership.
No,
No.
Isn't
no.
it, isn't it
What
just
is it?
another dimension?
Yeah, sometimes.
Okay, so tell us
What
then.
it is this. Watch the clouds sometimes, and it'll give you a hint. When you watch the clouds, there's cloaked planets. The moon is a Dyson sphere that's cloaking planets. When the planet comes closer to the Earth, you'll see a formation in the clouds of You'll see some circles and half moon looking images in the clouds. Sometimes, if you look close enough, you can see a floating city. You can see the city on the planet. And when I was on the ship, there was 3 planets right around Earth. You can't see them, but they're there. And there's about 8 ships up there. But again, I'm not going to be one on a feeding ship. I'm going on my own ship. I'm not going to be a.
Well, I was thinking that it was like frequencies too, because we all reside in our own frequency.
Yes.
And if you're not in
That's
the
it.
high enough frequency, you can't see these beings that are residing right next to you, but they're
Uh-huh.
there. And so now that the veil is thinning, more and more people are being able to see some of these things. So we can see the ships, we can see the floating cities, we can see the Bigfoot, the fairies, the dwarfs, the elves.
And let me tell you
We're
this, the
beginning
cloaking
to.
device that's shielding these planets and these magical ships and all that are built on frequencies and harmonics and sound waves. Because if you think about it, look at what happened with Close Encounters of the Third Kind. What was the first? What did the beings play? Music. Music. And what does music have? Frequencies, tones, and vibrations. That is how everything's working. Tones, frequencies, and vibrations. When you get to a higher vibration, you're going to see these planets. You're going to see that stuff. You're just not at that vibration yet. Because everything, they're walking around you today, you just can't see them.
I can sometimes. So can you.
Nibiru. Nibiru is, right now, Nibiru is coming close to Earth. Dragging other planets with it. Everybody thinks Nibiru is just one planet. No, it's got several planets around. And I've been on Nibiru. That place sucks. It's a big industrial city. The whole planet has buildings everywhere. The sky is red because it's polluted. That's why they need the gold. It's really gross, and it's not just one being on the planet. They're just not Anunnaki on that planet. Everybody thinks, oh, it's just Anunnaki on the planet when it's not. There's a lot more than just Anunnaki on the planet. There's many different races on
So
Nibiru.
okay, so Paul, I want to go back and revisit with you again because I'm not sure I agree with you on this, and we do talk about it a lot. The fact that you think, and I'm not saying you're right or wrong. I'm just saying this is what I want to talk about. The fact that you think that there are races, there are galactics out there that will simply be searching for energy, souls to like live off of. To
Yes.
you honestly believe that there's going to be that occurrence where they're going to have talked souls into voluntarily giving up their energy for whatever how long it takes.
They're not going to talk them in it. They're going to trick them.
Well, that's what I mean. They'll trick them into giving them permission
Yes.
to use their souls as kind of like
Right.
an energy canister. And so
Yes. And that's going
yeah.
to be the reptilians, the Orions, and some of the Arcturians.
And so then what is going to happen to the consciousness of these souls that are being
To be in a
held
soul sleep.
for as long as it takes or until their soul finally shrivels up or what?
The soul will always remain, but it'll be asleep. Kind of like when you're on Earth, when you pass away, your soul sleeps. And then when you hear that trumpet from the Creator or Jesus, when he sounds that trumpet, it wakes up and you go back in your body, and then you have the resurrection and your ascension or whatever. It's the same kind of thing. What it is they're going to put them to sleep. They're going to agree to this. They're going to put them to sleep. And even though they lied, which they're going to lie because that's how they are, they're going to use that energy that they have to do unscrupulous things.
And so then, as you say, which I'm not sure I agree about the trip, the blowing the horn and all that stuff, because I look at it as we'll have several ascensions.
We will.
There's not going to
three.
be just, and then some will never. I mean, they won't ascend for a very, very long time. They will continue on until they decide to raise
Right.
themselves up, right? And then
Exactly.
the ones who never do decide, who absolutely refuse, those will be the few souls that just kind of darken and shrivel up and become mean-spirited energies
No.
because they're not going to ever see the light of God.
No. Those, the ones that refuse to listen and believe anything, they're just going to be cast into the other dimension. They're going to be put into their own personal hell. Whatever your worst fear is that's going to be your hell.
Well,
That's why
what
it's
I mean.
important not to
That's
have
what
fear.
I mean. They'll be so dark and shriveled up. There won't be any hope or any light. Because
Until they get themselves out of it.
until they call out to the light, or and if they don't, then that's just where they're going to remain. And there's not going to be that many of them because most will eventually. And I believe at some point most every soul will. But so all right, so say they harvest, put these people to sleep, suck up their energy, and then what? They're going to just let them go? Plop them
No.
back down here on Earth? Or are they going to keep them for ever and ever and ever?
Yeah.
How are they
Until
going
the
to
end.
if they're in a sleep state, how will they ever have that consciousness to be able to continue to rise to ascend?
After the Great War. After the Great War, because all souls will be called back.
So you believe that we're going to have that you believe that part, that we're going to have a great war
Yeah.
between the light and the
I
dark.
seen it. We're going to have it.
Okay.
It's going to happen. Earth is going to be destroyed in the year 4000. There's no. I'm not. I know. I seen it. It's going to happen. Even the scientists have proven the fact that the year 4000, the Earth is going to be too close to the sun and it's going to burn up the Earth. That's already a given.
And
So the year 4000 is when it's going to happen. That Great War is going to happen anywhere in the year 3000 to 4000. Is when that Great War is going to happen.
That's supposed to hit in 2035. What about
That's
that
not going to
comet?
destroy humanity. There's still going to be remnants of humans on the planet. And I've had that vision for 45 years now. And it stays the same all the time. And everything that I've had in that vision has came true. Hello, Mel.
And
even up until today, everything has come true in that.
By then, we will have ascended as a planet, and we'll be
Right.
essentially the new Earth. So
Right.
you're saying the new Earth will be destroyed in the year 4000?
No, the old Earth will.
The one like Dolores Cannon says, we'll have a split, the new Earth and the old Earth that will stay.
Right.
And that old Earth will be essentially eventually destroyed.
Right.
And those people will be given a choice throughout this entire time to choose to ascend into the new Earth or just stay
Right.
with it.
Well,
Right.
it's going to go down like this. you're going to have the tribulation's going to happen, which we're in it right now. It's just going to get worse. Then you're going to have the ascensions happen. Antichrist is going to show himself. Then there's going to be the ascension. All three of the ascensions are going to happen. It might take 5 years. It might be the first ascension, and it might be a couple of years, and then the second, and then a couple of years, and the third, and a couple of years, and the whatever. And then after that, you're going to have him screwing around until that great horn comes back, and he gets thrown into the abyss. And that is when the Holy Seal of Jerusalem, which would probably be an alien ship of Jesus coming down here and reigning for 1,000 years. And then when Satan's thrown into the abyss for 1,000 years, you're going to have all of the non-believers on the planet and all the ones that done all these bad things around the planet. You're still going to have some good ones down here that are doing some work. But this is when the angels are supposed to come back, and they're going to reign for 1,000 years with Jesus. And in that time frame, this is still the old earth that's going on. This is the story
Isn't it going to be all of the ascended masters? Because Saint Germain talks about it too.
Yes.
It will
This
be
is
all
the old
the
earth.
ascended.
Right.
Not just
So
all of them.
after the 1,000 years, people are going to go. During that 1,000-year reign, when Satan's tied up and thrown away, people are going to go, well, Satan made me do it. No, he didn't. You did it on yourself. Satan's tied up. He had no influence on you. So that right there is we're going to rely on you as a human, not him. He's not going to influence you. It's going to be on your own accord. And if you still refuse to listen, and see, here's another thing that a lot of these Christians don't want to tell you. Even the people that are dead that did these evil things that are in the ground, they're not in hell. They're in a place called purgatory, and they're going to get their chance again, and they're going to be on that earth in 1,000-year reign. Everybody that has passed on that didn't do the ascension is going to be on the planet. Even the ones that had passed on, they're going to come back up, and they're going to be having their chance for 1,000 years to do their good. And if they don't, then you're going to have the Great War. And then after the Great War, Earth is destroyed. That's what's going to happen to the old Earth.
Okay,
Now,
so this is
on the
where
other side,
this is where we split off here, because the way my
Right.
sister explained it to me is you're not just laying in the earth in the purgatory. You're actually going through several different layers of once you've passed over through the veil, whatever consciousness level you've achieved is where you'll go. And you can
no, that's what happens to the old Earth.
and you
Now,
can
when the
continue
ascension
to
happens,
grow over there.
this is where it breaks off. Now you have the ascension. All the believers go up, and the spiritual people go up. That's when there's going to be a separation of the earth. There's going to be two earths, and they're going to go whoosh. The bad earth's going this way. You're going to go this way. So we're going to be on the new earth, which you're going to call heaven or Havana or whatever you want to call it. That's where it's going to be, and that's the planet we're going to be on. And we're eventually going to come back here on this one to help these people here until
try
it's
to help.
destroyed and made anew.
Right, but see the way she explained it to me is that like if I were to pass on today, I would go
Right.
to whatever level I've achieved in my soul growth in the entirety
Right.
of my soul. And I have an opportunity to continue my growth there, or I can come back here and do some more work
Right.
here or anywhere else in the multi-universe,
Yes.
wherever I want to go.
If you were to pass on today, you would have the choice of being in an eternal rest, which means coming back here and waiting. It's called the Elysian Field. Some people call it the Elysian Field, paradise, or whatever. You have that choice to sit there, or you can go, if you're a space being and you're down here, you could go back in your body and, do that whole runabout. Come back down here if you
But
want and
the
do
way
all that.
she explained it is that you go to whatever level you're on, and then you go
Right.
and you continue to grow and you continue to learn. And the reason people choose to come back and do a life is it's faster. You can do it
Right.
faster here than you can there. But there's certain places once you get over there, there's some places you cannot go. because your consciousness isn't at that level yet. And so
Right.
you're still in one level working out whatever it is you are still working out. And then once you get that knowing, then you can ascend into a different level, a different area of,
Right.
and so you're not just hanging out in some purgatory sleeping waiting for the horn to blow, is what I'm saying.
No, the purgatory is for the evil people.
Okay.
Paradise, the Elysian Fields, and Paradise in Abraham's bosom, or whatever they want to call it, is for the Christians.
The other thing that she and I talk about too is this, is that they're really the people we view as being the evil people. Sometimes they're not an evil soul. They're a soul in our soul family that agreed to come
Right.
here and be the bad person in our life to help us do what it is we chose to do in this life. And it's not that they're a bad person. They just came here to play that role for you.
Yes, but you got some that are eternally evil. No matter what you do, they're not going to change.
There are some like that, but like there are some that have a soul contract to
Right.
specifically come to do this horrifically evil thing, and then they go back and they have to go through what Mikey L tells me is like like a reorientation.
A cleansing.
Yes, they have to go through a cleansing and a reorientation, and then it just depends on how much they deviated from their contract too. Because some people
Right.
they'll come here knowing they're going to be evil, but they are even more evil than what they were probably supposed to be.
Exactly. I'm talking about the pure evil ones, the ones that are not abiding by those contracts. I'm talking about those people. Those are the ones that are going to be in purgatory.
So, like the souls that they talk about that are over, like in the Eastern worlds, where they hear those noises underneath the rocks and the chains and the moans and the Christian people say they're the D's that are all locked up and about to be loosed upon the world, for
The
revelation.
four riders of apocalypse.
Yeah, I don't know about all that. I don't know if I.
Those are the four riders. Peg,
Oh, okay.
Pestilence, and I don't remember the.
Yeah, I've read Revelation so many times, and I don't
I
know.
have
It's
to.
so metaphorical.
It makes sense to me.
So, I just don't think
And it's
there
funny.
are the D's that are locked up underground somewhere just
They're not
waiting.
D's.
No, I don't think so either.
No, they're not D's. They're angels. They're locked down there because that's where they were put.
Because they were refusing to
Listen.
abide by the rules.
Yep.
And we do have the universal laws, that apply to every type of species, human or otherwise.
And just so you know, no alien race is allowed to annihilate another. There has to be some way they can't annihilate a race. So humans, and no matter what you think, humans cannot be annihilated. One way or another, they're not gonna. Even if they annihilated themselves, there still has to be humans here. They're not gonna let a whole group of and a whole race of people just annihilate themselves.
Okay.
No race, and I've heard this a lot. That they said that no race of beings, even if they try to annihilate themselves, are going to knock themselves out of existence. They will not allow that.
Yeah, there's things that they have to abide by. There's universal rules. They can't interfere.
Kind of like the Prime Directive in Star Trek.
Yeah, they're not allowed to interfere. They're allowed to guide. Um, but then there are some hard, fast things that literally they are able to not allow, which is why we really don't have any nuclear weapons of any use. They're not going to allow it.
No.
And they've actually probably disarmed several.
Yeah, they have.
So, but just listening to Cryon and listening to my sister try to explain it to me about what she's experiencing, it just made so much sense what I read from Dolores Cannon and Michael Newton and Edgar Casey.
It's funny.
It kind of brought it all into clarity for me.
Like I said, I've not ever read or heard of any of those. I never even read Revelations until I had these visions, dreams, and them talking to me.
Yeah. Oh, I've read Revelation so many times, and
it was funny because I knew all this stuff, and then I'm reading Revelation. Oh, damn! Really? That's what happened? Wow. Okay, now that explains that.
well, the first couple of times I read Revelation, it sounded kind of like the ravings of a madman who had locked himself up in a cave for way too long. You know what I mean? And
Yeah.
Yeah.
that's just, it took me several readings to get through to try to understand and figure out and realize so much of it was metaphorical and
Some of it is.
Yeah.
prophetic, prophetic. But it did, the first 2 or 3 times I read it, I thought, damn, this guy was on
Even
drugs.
Elijah says the stuff that it's in Revelations. They were prophesying that stuff back in the time of Adam and Eve and Abraham and all that. They knew all that.
Yeah. Yeah, they did. But if you read the Gnostics, to me, you get a lot more information about what Jesus was actually trying to say. It's just
Yeah.
that they hit it all so well, and then they completely
They bastardized it.
well, in our Christian religion discounts all the other ascended masters, and Saint Germain lived multiple lives.
And I would like you to show me in the Bible exactly where they get that information from, if there are no other ascended masters.
Right. Well, they don't acknowledge them as ascended masters.
They don't acknowledge them at all.
They say they're blasphemous or whatever, but
But
Heathens or pagan or
I
whatever
just
they
go to
call it.
my favorite Bible verse.
I know. But it's just, I don't know, it's fascinating, I guess, just trying to piece it all together. And then it's fascinating to me to be able to hear my sister explain some of it to me from her perspective, where she is and what she's experiencing.
Actually, the whole history of the universe, the whole thing I just told you about the Anunnaki and all that, you know where that part came from?
Well, that's from the Emerald Tablets, isn't it?
Mm-mm.
Yeah.
One being told me this. All of the history of Earth and the future of Earth. One being told me this. Remember that being of light where I had to write that 6-page essay?
Yes.
That was the being that told me.
Well, and that's that other book I have too that explains the Emerald Tablets that was channeled to a completely different person, where this person was called up and he was told essentially everything that happened in the Emerald Tablets, how it all happened and how it all came about, the tablets of light, and it's all the teachings of Thoth. And Thoth, they figured out in the pyramids and the Egyptians and all those people, they figured out how you could have 2 or 3 avatars, put them in stasis, transfer your consciousness, and live for thousands of years. And that's how Thoth was able to rule for all those thousands of years. And then Saint Germain, he had multiple lives on earth, and then he himself said that he participated as who's the other guy that helped Constantinople separate and put out all the books into the canonized Bible? He was a scholar and a writer, and I can't think of what his name, but he was a Saint Germain incarnation, and he was kind of he talks about the fact that he did lead people astray in that lifetime by participating with those writings and helping it get sort of off the right track.
I know my past lives, I spent a lot of time in Egypt, in Atlantis.
Well, my
I've had
Atlantis
multiple
life
lives.
is coming up quite a bit for me lately. It's coming up in readings, and it's coming up in dreams. There's something about to go on. I'm not sure, but there's something about my Atlantis.
The Galactics have been here. They've been here. They're not just showing up. They've been here
Oh yeah, they've been here forever.
forever.
But
And some of them were still underground.
there's
Some
something
of them live amongst us.
there's something going on though. There's some of my past lives are trying to come through to help me. They're from Atlantis. I had a few Atlantis experiences that are trying really hard to come through right now to help me move into my next whatever it
Evolution.
was I was supposed to be doing.
Evolution.
hmm
I get you. I
And
see
it-
flower power.
It's it's a little scary-ish sometimes. But I'm remembering more about some of the things I did as healers. Oh, male and female healers, indigenous, but I had an awful lot of lives in the
I can tell you where you had a lot of your lives. I already know.
in the temples.
You had a lot.
Crystal.
You had a lot of your lives. Honestly, I've seen hundreds of your lives. You're like a book. You spent a lot of time in Egypt, Atlantis, and back in with the Israelites. You spent a lot of time there. And you recently came back into the future times, but you've been around for a while. You've been in and out a lot. And most of the time that you were here, you've been a holy woman most
I've
of
been
the
a
time.
nun twice. I've been a nun twice, which is
You've been a nun.
hilarious. to
You've been
me.
a priestess. You've been a nun. You've been a priestess. You've been a chieftain.
And
You've been a shaman.
I've been a crystal person that was teaching and doing the helping others learn to bond with their crystals and handing out the specific crystals. And then I had a life with Aria. She told me about.
Go to the bedroom.
And the night she told me about that life, I saw it. She showed me the pictures in my head, and that's why I asked her, was I brown? Because I could see myself as a brown woman.
You're
with all
bronze,
the
yes.
jewels and crystals and all kind of, like
You
where
were in Lemuria.
we lived in the temples and did the teaching.
Now, Mel here, has been a lot with her indigenous.
See
She's
what
been a lot Mel has been with the indigenous people a lot.
A lot. Yes.
A lot.
Like most of my existences, yes.
I can tell you, she's been Incan, Mayan, Aztec, Egyptian, Atlantean, Apache, Cherokee, Bigfoot. No, not Bigfoot. Blackfoot.
I'm Bigfoot right now,
She's
baby.
been.
You don't know how big my feet are.
You've been all around the indigenous.
Yeah.
You were there. You were actually there when Custer got his butt handed to him.
Yeah. Yep, I was. I've had dreams of that.
Maya here, she spent a lot of time with the Nordics, in the English, in the French. And maybe Italian too. She's been over in that area a lot.
That's cool, AK.
I was also in Lemuria.
Yes. You were also in Egypt. And Atlantis.
Well, there's something about to happen somewhere around mid-March. I know that. I know you've seen it. I've seen it. A lot of other people have seen it.
March 15th.
And
anywhere from the 11th to the 15th.
And that's where all the Lotus stuff comes from. It's like the Lotus isn't a certain person. It's an occurrence. We're going to be in a rebirth. And that's what the Lotus is a symbol of, is the rebirth. The cherry blossom and the rebirth of and we're in an energy now where we could go a couple of different ways, and it's just going to depend on the energy of the people which way it finally splits off. But either way, we're going to have within March to the end of the summer, we're going to have a resolution of and have a different leader, and it could even end up being what we talked about earlier as a council of leaders across the world. And Cryon talks about that there will eventually be councils that will make the decisions through the world based on what's best for the collective.
Now, AK down here, he spent a lot of time with the Fays and Native Americans.
With the what?
He's been with the Fays a lot and the Native Americans.
Fays.
Oh, the Fays. So he's a fairy.
He's been hanging out with the Fays.
That's why we love AK.
I think my brother was a leprechaun in a past life because he acts like one. He's just as mean as a leprechaun.
AK was
and he's little too, so
he wasn't a fairy. He was a male nymph.
A nymph.
Oh, I can see that. I can see that. That's why he's so charming with Suzanne. He's charming, Suzanne.
Uh-huh.
Mm-hmm.
Now, Flower Power, she's been messing with fairies.
I've just never felt very connected to the galactic part of all of these discussions. Mm-hmm. I'm just way more into the angelic.
Yeah, area. That's where you came from.
And that's where I'm going back. I know that. I know.
I had what my granddaddy would call a come to Jesus meeting with my angel about what I told y'all the other night. It wasn't that my soul would be ripped from me, that I would be separated from God. I would no longer be connected to the source.
Well, and we often...
Well, the one in here that are mostly space beings, let me look at the list. I can tell you who is mostly space beings in here. Groovy Chick. Me. Um, Mike and Maya were mostly from space. The rest of the people have
Not
been
surprised.
basically earthy beings.
Yeah, I'm real connected to the earth. Extremely connected to the earth.
I don't
Always
belong
have
here.
been.
See? She just said it. I
What?
don't belong here.
I've
don't
known
belong.
that since I've been in first grade.
Uh-huh. Me too.
But you
It's
did
not that you
choose.
don't belong here. It's just that this isn't the place you prefer to be.
Right, because
Because
but
you're not
but
going
you
to be
came
See,
here.
Mike even said it.
you
Mike even said it
came
like I said. Me, Mike, and Groovy and Maya. She's gonna tell you the same thing. She don't belong here.
You don't feel
This
like you
isn't
belong
her.
here, but you belong here because you wouldn't be here if you didn't belong here.
You know what I mean?
well, and the reason AK we were having difficulty getting our you know what to comply is because they're in the last dying gasp of
Hmm.
trying to retain their dark part of this whole process. They've been in charge for a very long time, and they are
I
in their
knew I was
last.
nicknamed Spacehead for a
You know,
reason.
when they're just about to get rid of something is when they fight the hardest to hang on.
Hmm.
That's what they're doing now. They're doing their very best to hang on to their power and their ego. Not the ego like the healthy ego, the narcissistic ego of power and fame and glory and money and
You know what I realized that this wasn't my
okay,
home?
rule.
Mike,
What age do you think did I realize that this wasn't my home?
When you were born.
you were a child.
Oh, when I was a child, when I was like 7, I was like, I don't belong here. This is not my planet.
Hmm.
My mom looked at me, what the hell are you talking about?
See, and I've never ever felt that. I've never felt like that. When other people say that to me, like I don't belong here, I don't feel like I belong here. I've never felt that. I've always felt I'm exactly where I'm supposed to be.
I
Yeah.
don't have a
I've
disdain for
always felt
humans.
that I don't
No, I
belong.
don't. I don't have a disdain for humans, but I know I don't belong on this planet.
But you do because you chose to come here.
Yeah. Well,
You
I mean,
have,
I'm not. You know what I mean?
you can't get out of it. You have a
I
you
know
have
I have a mission here. I have a mission here, but this is not my original home.
a space did. That's funny. I've been called spacey a lot in my life. But my husband asked me a couple of weeks ago, he's like, why have you never ever brought up any of this stuff before? Why is this all coming up in the last few years? And I'm like, well, because when we were 20 years old, if I told you I talked to people who had passed on, if I told you I saw prophecies, if I told you I saw, you know, a different side of what they call, you know, what we called religion at the time, you would have either dismissed me, told me I didn't know what I was talking about, or just thought I'd lost my mind, you know, kind of thing. So every single time I ever tried to bring up to him any of those things, he would just dismiss it out of hand. He'd say, you don't know what you're talking about. And that was so
And that's
frustrating that I never spoke
and,
to him about it again. I just didn't talk to him about it.
and it really confirmed it when I was a teenager when I went to church and I was sitting there listening. I'm like, this is human shit.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly what I was in the middle of the church and I said. Everybody would look at me. I'm like, oh my god, no, I didn't. I said it out loud. Everybody was around me. And picture a full church now with like 200 people, and I was sitting there, and I'm like, this is human stuff. Everybody just looked at me like, what? I was like, this isn't for me.
So I have a question for you. Is there going to be like a defining moment where all these people who are just complete non-believers of extraterrestrials and that there's no aliens and they are going to have this aha moment where it's like it's going to be undeniable for them to say, "Oh wow, everyone else was right." Is
Yes,
that
it's
going
going
to
to be a rude
happen?
awakening.
According to
When is that going to happen?
when we're ready.
2029 or 2030. Well, 20,
Well,
29
it's
or
going to be when
2030.
we're actually ready, because there's still enough people that are in denial that we're not ready yet because there's too much fear. They're instilling so much fear in us, and giving us so much such confusing information that people are still extremely fearful, and they don't want us to be afraid. They want us to be at a point where we're able to assimilate it. And so they'll show up when it's time that enough people on this planet will be ready to see what they're going to show us. And they will show us our entire history. And so there's going to be those people that are just not, even then, there's going to be people who aren't going to believe it because they're so entrenched, they're so indoctrinated that they're just not going to see it, and they're going to be, and that's where we're all going to come in and be like, okay, we're going to help to guide these people. We're going to be here to help soothe their fears and help them to assimilate the information that they're being given. But there's still going to be a group of people who are just not going to be able to comprehend it.
And
My
here's how
favorite
it's going to go down.
CNA
You're going to
thinks
have the
that
first
Dr. is
ascension.
crazy.
You're going to have the first ascension, which is the Christians in the angelic realm. What's going to happen is the dead is going to be caught with the living, and everybody that's in from that realm is going to be going up. Their bodies are going to transfigure into a light being, and they're going to go into heaven. Now, that'll be the first ascension. The second ascension is going to be a little bit different. The second ascension is going to be a pulse that's going to, the beings are going to light up a pulse. They're going to stretch it across the planet, and everybody's going to hear it. They're going to see it. It's going to, and the pulse is going to come across the planet and hit every spatial being that's left on the planet. Their body is going to transform into the being that they're supposed to be. Andromedan, dragon, lichen, cat, wolf, human, pebble, whatever you are. You're going to change into that. Yeah. And then they're going to be taking on the ships. There's going to be all the ships are going to come down and pick up their own people, and they're going to go to wherever their place to where they go.
Well, I'm just gonna state this up front. I don't want to go with the Christians.
I don't either.
Because those people, according to my sister, those people are going to go into a portion of the afterlife that they believe in, that they're going to see what they expect to see.
They will create their own heaven.
And they're going to be there until they can be convinced, well,
here's the thing. Once you leave the planet, you can go to anywhere you want.
Not everywhere you want. Not if your consciousness isn't there.
If your vibration's high enough, you can go anywhere your vibration is allowing you to.
Right.
Now, the third ascension is going to suck. Because some of us that are Christians that are down here, they're going to stay down here. Some of the Christians are still going to stay down here, and some of the spatial beings are going to sit down here too to help the strays. And that'll be the third ascension. You're going to have them both going at the same time. You're going to have people taking up and ships coming down at the same time. And that'll be the third ascension. And that's where they're going to go into the crystalline ships.
Maybe that's my problem, is that when I'm looking at what I call a Christian today, they are not enlightened. Because they believe that Jesus is the only way, the only thing, the only how. And there is no other type of being that can be on that level. And they don't acknowledge the ascended masters. They don't acknowledge the galactics.
Well, they've been so indoctrinated they don't understand. They don't really know Jesus.
No, they don't. They know what they made him into. They
Because we're
made
not
him
supposed to worship him.
right.
No.
He did not want that. He still doesn't want that. And
No.
you know, he is on the same level, in my opinion, as say Buddha or Krishna or Shiva or
Absolutely. They were
Jesus said
always,
himself, "You can be greater than I."
yes. Why would he say that if that wasn't true?
because he's like a 12th, 13th, 14th dimensional ascended master.
Mm-hmm.
And just as Saint Germain and some of the other masters that have
Mm-hmm.
come before to teach.
Buddha and Muhammad
It's
and
kind of like this.
and
We're all.
Vishnu.
The only way I guess I can understand this is the way for people to understand it. We're all gods, and this is just an analogy. We're all gods, and Jesus came down, and he's like an adult, a human adult, trying to tell God, "This is what you need to do. You can do this. You're going to be greater than me. You know it. You're going to be greater. Be greater. I'm just a person here to tell you and guide you. You're going to be greater." Even the space beings, Area even says that we're good. We're greater than them. Epi says the same thing. Not Brent, no,
Says
but
that too.
the other ones always say the same thing. Humans are the pinnacle. I hate that word.
But it's
But
true. It's true.
yes.
Cryon
It's paramount
says it
and
all the time.
it is paramount that we understand that we are the pinnacle of the universe, that we are the most powerful beings in the universe, but we're not using our powers to full potential. We're like He-Man without our sword.
Yeah.
And I hated saying those two words, but
Well, and you know, when Cryon talks to us, he has never been embodied. He's never been in an incarnation. He's always been a disembodied energy, and he has so much admiration and love for every single soul that was brave enough to ever incarnate and pinch away from God to come do something else here for a purpose. And those people who have never been embodied can't even imagine what it would be like to be pinched away from God, nor do they want to find out. They don't want to do that. They've chosen to stay where they are. And
if
that
you all knew
as we
what was
begin to
in,
ascend, and when we're finished with everything we want to do, we'll dissolve back into the whole integration soup, the soup of all the disembodied, unembodied.
if you all knew what was in interstellar space, you would not be worried about this human life.
Right.
If you seen what I seen in interstellar space of what we can do, all of these little shenanigans the human race does will end. I really wish that other people would be taken to what I seen, because I was the only human to ever go there.
We are
And
not
what I
just
seen,
having a spiritual experience. We're spiritual beings having a human experience.
yes.
Yeah.
When I went to interstellar space, I'm telling you, the beauty, the love, and every emotion at the same time, and feeling the love and seeing different creations working together and a unity, and seeing billions and billions and billions of stuff,
Mm-hmm.
billions and billions of worlds and planets, and oh my, it's so beautiful, and I can't even explain it. You can't fathom it. If you would ever have an experience, it would just blow your mind. No, and I can understand why God said in the Bible that, or source God, whatever you want to call him, said, if you knew the true extent of my power and what it was, your mind would just explode. When I
Mm-hmm.
seen Interstellar Space, I thought my mind was going to implode.
But that's what we're all. We are all that. We
Yeah.
are all
Yeah,
of us that. But we've
every
we've
one of you
made
can
the
do that.
decision. We made the decision to pinch away from God, come here, have a human experience, do what we're doing, take that data back to where we came from, and use it in our growth personally and collectively.
Yeah.
You know.
We all can do that. You all can go there. If you, oh my.
But the thing that really turned my mind around was knowing, after reading Dolores Cannon and Michael Newton and Casey and Ruth Montgomery, was knowing that there are people who come here who aren't bad. They're just here playing that role for you. They love you
All,
enough that they came here
all
to
I can
do
say
that for
is,
you.
when you go to interstellar space, you will know what true love is.
Yeah.
The love on earth is not
And
love at all.
I felt
I've
that love already because I
I've
went.
felt that love. You know, I have honestly felt that love. Like Suzanne did when she had her last hospitalization. I've felt that love.
Yep.
And it's just nothing you can describe. It's nothing you can.
You can't. No.
And that's why I call it the universal love, not this unconditional crap.
Don't call it crap. It's
Well, it is. It's not.
not
It's just a
crap.
human standard of calling something that's not really true. You need the universal love. Means universal love for everybody. Unconditional is not. It's just a human term, and that's why I call it crap.
well. I just
You
say
need the universal love.
you love them and you don't place any conditions on that love. Like
Exactly.
Christians
Yes,
today
that's
say, Christians
take it
will say,
higher.
I love you, but only if you believe this, and only if you act this way, and only if you,
Yes,
follow these tenets, then you're worthy of God's love. And in fact,
universal love.
we're if we were to look each other in the eye, see God in each other's eyes, faces, bodies, lives, we could never hurt one another ever again.
Exactly.
Exactly. That's what universal love is.
It's like hurting yourself.
Mhm.
You know, you would be like stabbing yourself. And if hurting someone else is just hurting you.
Earth is not a prison planet. It's a school.
It's
All the planets are schools.
it and it's more than just a school. It's a super duper graduate, multi degreed experience where we're beyond school. We're beyond graduation from high school or college. We are in the ultimate doctorate realm. And once we come here, you have had to go
Everybody,
through so much in order to be able to choose to come here. Your soul has to have been a certain consciousness before you could ever decide to come here.
Our physical pain is due to our physical lives.
Yes.
It doesn't have anything to
yes.
do with our spiritual selves. It has to do with our physical, what the decisions that we make in this now and while we're alive in this time. That's what causes us the pain. When we
Right.
refuse to hear, when we're being spoken to by the higher beings that are higher, that we end up causing ourselves physical pain.
Well, and you can cause physical ailments with symptoms from the unprocessed emotional spiritual pain you're in.
Is that true?
You know, I see it all the time in that if someone has liver disease, you can tell that they had a life where they had a lot of anger, a lot of repressed feelings, you know, things they weren't able to get off their mind. And then you have heart disease where people have a closed heart chakra, or you know, if you have a mental or some type of brain injury, it's usually a reflection of something mental, emotional, spiritual in your life that you've repressed until it became a dark enough energy to change your cells. And if you could understand that you're changing your own cells in your body by your thoughts, by your words, by your deeds, then you can clear that and heal yourself physically.
Yep.
Or prevent. But then there's
We
those
all
of
have
us
that power. We all have that ability. We just don't use them.
and then there's those of us who come specifically to break generational chains. We're here to go through the experiences that we go through to break generations of chains prior to
Absolutely.
getting here. You know, so we decided, okay, well, I'm going to heal this line. So I'm going to come here and have this kind of life and try to get through this process. And that will heal all and reverberate all along the whole line of ancestors in our lives. But I think we have to really understand that before we look at a person and say they're evil, they're horrible, they're irredeemable, you just have to remember, what role are they playing? Are they truly a soul who came for a certain contract to be a catalyst, to make people open their eyes and see the things we're doing wrongly, and they're just kind of getting off track and not doing what they're supposed to be doing, and that makes them even worse? Or are they honestly one of the souls that love you more than you can ever imagine, and they agreed to come here to help you get through this, what you're working through? It depends on, it's all perspective, you know.
And
That's
perception.
that's what changed my whole mind about forgiveness, about my victim, how I felt like such a victim for so much of my life was, you know, I wasn't a victim of anything. These people came to be with me in this life to help me because they love me that much. Because it hurts them. It hurts their soul to do things that hurt you. But they love you enough to do it for you to reach the goal you're looking for. And then you do it for other people too. You know, you could be the bad guy in somebody's life, and you're doing that in order to help them along their passage as well. You know, but it's kind of like everybody has a mom, everybody has a dad, everybody has kids, everybody has somebody that loves them, and you know, in some way. And if you looked at it that way, you know, you can't look at somebody. Now I will say that I've run across some people who gave me complete and total top to bottom chills.
Yep.
Just you could see dark smoke around them and watch the pattern, the outlining, or you could see the things clinging to their back because they're attracting the low vibrational beings that hang around waiting for those opportunities. And those people I avoid. I love them because they're God. I love them, but I don't want to be with them. I don't want to be around them. And that's why we end up having to make decisions about cutting certain people out of our lives. And if we don't do it, our guides will find a way to do it for us.
Yep.
You know, because they do know what we need, and they'll help you if you let them. But I know my guides have kicked people out of my life. And I'm thinking, how did that happen? How come that person and I, had a relationship and this was going on, and then suddenly it's just not? And I realized that they were there for a purpose, the season, and then it was my guides are like, it's time for them to go. And if I couldn't do it, they created circumstances in which it then happened.
Yeah.
And later I could look back and see that's why that happened, And I tell them thank you, even though at the time I'm a little irritated, but I don't see the whole picture. None of us see the whole picture.
No.
And we don't all see it through the same lens, which makes it, which then again goes back to none of us are wrong and none of us are right. We're doing what we need to be doing at this time in this space, and especially now in these last 50, 60, 80 years, the people who have been coming
100.
in, about 100, you think, we've all come in specifically at these times to do what we're doing. We made that choice. And we were extremely happy to do so. We were very honored to do it. And so we may have had a really shitty life. We might have had a shitty ending, but it was something we chose to do to help other people learn or to help us learn also along the way.
Yeah.
It makes it easier to forgive people. I
do starseed readings, card readings, past life, dreams, and visions, and healing. Please like and share. And the card readings are $25 if you want to donate to me up there.
So do y'all want a collective tonight?
Sure.
Does everybody share out, and let's get up to about 10, 12 people, and we'll do a collective.
Let me see here.
Okay. Is Brenda in here? I haven't seen Brenda tonight.
She wasn't here.
Is she okay? Have you spoken to Suzanne?
Yeah,
Suzanne was here, Brenda was here, but they left.
Suzanne kept falling asleep. Bless her heart.
Well, she had that shot today. She had that iron treatment today. So I imagine that's the reason why I was asking about her, is because I knew that she had that treatment.
She'll feel better. She'll be all right.
I know when I have to have anything like that done, I have to go from my house and go do stuff. It takes so much out of me that for the next few days, I'm worth nothing.
My angels have all assured me that Suzanne is going to be fine. I'm not worried about Suzanne.
No, she's going to be fine. I was just wondering how she was feeling, because I knew she had to go and have that treatment done.
Sure. Ask a question, Mr. Mike. I used to deal with paranormal. I used to be a ghost hunter.
Well, and that was the other thing that my sister was talking about is too, and I'd read this a long time ago in several different things, that there are earthbound souls who just are too reluctant to leave because they're afraid of what's on the other side. They're afraid they're going to be punished.
Yes, Mike.
Or they're too attached to the human side of things.
Yeah.
Your higher self chose to come here to live this experience. And that's what your journey is through your life, to find out what you're and to accomplish a goal. When you accomplish that goal, you pass on. You evolve into the next being of stage. Unless you want to come back here and learn something else.
Our electricity just flashed off for a second. That was weird.
But yes, we all signed a contract. That's why, you know, when it says the devil wants your soul, he wants you to fill out a contract.
Mm-hmm.
Trying to divert that other contract.
Yeah. He's trying to subvert your original contract with God, with your Creator.
Mm-hmm.
Well, and Cryon says, you know, we lived in the karma stage, we lived in the contract stage. We're evolving out of that, past that. We no longer need to, a lot of what we call karma, we always think it's inevitable, but it's not anymore. And
We're not in the karma, we're in the dharma.
we're
I
yes,
don't know
we're in the dharma, and we're not living out past trauma, karma, to try to make up for something we did in a past life or whatever, and that we can also change our contracts now.
Oh my, I just read that whole wrong. Oh my god.
What does Dharma mean?
Hold on, I was reading, she says, Monday night my back door slid open. And then I read down here, it says, and then in my ass, I'm like, what? Because it jumped up and I'm like, what?
Mike.
Not nice. Oh, it's like, whoa.
Mike, I'm doing the same thing. I'm in this.
I got some words.
Same boat. I'm right with you.
For mine. Yeah, I got some real strong words for mine. My higher self. Like, what the hell were we thinking?
Hey, Tori. I'm glad you showed up. We're going to do a collective reading in a little bit. We're just waiting for a few more people to come in.
I'm going to go take the dog out. Maybe we can get more people in here. Honey's in charge.
We keep tapping. We got 10 so far.
Honey's the leader right now.
She does life women coaching, and she does higher soul readings, and she'll do them for like or 6 months.
Come on, dog.
He always says I'm in charge, and then he makes too much noise.
Yes. Come on, bud.
Everybody to listen.
Let's go out there and get this done. Come on.
Like, dude, really? What?
So anyway, Cindy does a lot of women's life coaching, and she does the psilocybin and the ayahuasca.
Ayahuasca, yeah.
She does a lot of that, but she, you know, speaks to the other side constantly, and she'll speak to your higher self, and she'll talk to your higher self, and then send you like this whole book of what your higher self is telling you, and I'll get mine done for 6 months. And so I'll have like an entire booklet of suggestions from my higher self for what I need to be doing for the next 6 months, according to her. And it's so cool how she does that.
And who is it that does this?
My friend Cindy Hudson,
Oh,
and her company is called Tree of Life. And she's in the middle of redoing her website right now, but I'm going to post it in our messenger group, Diane,
that'd be great.
because she charges like $200. However, it's worth every single dime. That she gives you so much detail about what your higher self is wanting you to pay attention to. And they, like mine gives me, she'll give me a lot of praise. And then she'll say, but you know what? You could be doing this better. You could be doing that. You're straying off this path. Let's get back over here. Let's get in line. And the first time she ever told me the first time I ever had one is when I figured out I'd had a gazillion lives. And she's like, well, you lived a lot of lives where you were just taking the medicine, but you weren't getting any better. And so you had to keep, trying again. And she said, this time you came to break the generational chains and you've done it all. You've finished. You're in your dharma. You're not working off anybody else's karma, because we always think we're working on our own karma, but we're not.
It's always our ancestral. What we
We're working ancestral. Anytime you have children, you're working off of their karma as well. And again, if you let other people into your circle, you're coming in, you're bouncing off their karma as well.
Right.
So once you get into the Dharma stage, you're resting in that stage where you've passed having to do any of the karmic work. And then you begin to learn that you can start rewriting your story, making a new contract, working on just staying in your frequency every day. What can you do to do that? So I'm looking forward to see I'm a little bit late this year getting it read. I usually get it done in January or February. But she's been trying to get her website back up and running and going. She does a lot of classes, and she travels, and she does talks and conventions. So she's busy a lot. She's really busy. And so we just hadn't been able to get together yet, but she's putting mine together right now. So I can't wait to share it with you all.
Yeah, that's going to be interesting.
Mm.
All right, honey, I want to ask you something. You said people with heart trouble, their heart chakra wasn't open. But now mine is wide open, and I've got heart trouble.
Well, it could be that it's from an earlier time in your life, Diane.
Yeah.
When you were pushing in you were holding in those emotions, and not allowing that to flow through your chakra, through your circulatory chakral, your spinal cord.
Right.
And so you'll end up with some energy. And the way I see it in my brain is I see spots, dark spots here, dark or lighter brown spots there. And when I'm working on someone, I can manipulate that and help pull it out and disperse it. But the best way to get rid of it is to work on your own self. Do your shadow work. Do your inner child work. Do your journaling. Write it all down. Get it out of you. Because how many of us hold it in? Never tell anybody. We just soldier on. We're the strong one. We're taking care of everybody else. But we have those deep resentments, or we have those fears, or we're conditioned to think that we have to help everybody else, not ourselves.
Mm-hmm.
And how many of us don't have that love for ourselves that we have for everyone else, because we were taught that it was selfish to think of yourself first.
Yep.
And if you don't, if you don't think of yourself first, you can't help anyone else. Honestly,
Right.
you can't. And I preach that to you guys constantly. That look in the mirror, look yourself in the eye every day. Put sticky notes on your mirror, write on it in lipstick. And go
On
in
the forehead.
look in your face and tell yourself.
Sorry, I just saw you said hi.
And then the other thing that is an excellent exercise to do is go back into your childhood when there was a time when you were deeply hurt. You think about it, you remember it, and you can picture yourself at that age. What did you look like? Pick that child up, put that child in your lap and hold them, cuddle them, love them, tell them how safe they are, and you're going to take care of them forever now. That you're not ever going to let them be hurt again. And just do that several times, like a couple times a week. Bring your child out, or bring your inner child out and do something fun. Play a game, listen to music, get out there and dance. Do the things that you would do as a child.
Magic dance.
Right. Do childlike things and play with your inner child just like you would be playing with a young child. But it's you. And if you have a picture of yourself, I have pictures of myself at 7, at 12, 14, 17, when I was going through some very difficult times. And I used those pictures to picture myself sitting in my lap, and I'm petting myself and telling myself.
See, I don't have to do that. I have my son. He just looks like me.
Well, there you go. But it isn't the same because he's not you. You're you.
He looks exactly like me.
However, he's not you. He's a different soul. So the mirror thing is one of the best things we can do for ourselves. Look in that mirror, examine that face, look in those eyeballs, and look at yourself with love, the same as you would anybody else in your life that you love. Show that
Here's
love.
what you should do. We got 10 people in the room. I want everybody, before the next live, look in the mirror every day and say 10 positive things good about yourself.
Yes.
Look in your eyes and say something positive about yourself before the next live,
Yeah.
which will be Tuesday.
Something else I do is I write myself notes and I hide them. And when I'm
And
cleaning,
I want to know
I'll come
what
across a
your,
note I wrote myself.
and I want you all to tell me what it was. That's your homework.
It's their homework.
We'll do that.
Yep.
10 positive things about yourself.
So, Mike, you're
In
gonna
the mirror.
you're gonna pick your inner child up and sit him in your lap, and tell him how beautiful and wonderful and what an amazing young man he is, and you're gonna keep him safe. Nothing will ever hurt him again.
No, I usually do a live on Tuesdays and Thursdays, but I could do one Sunday.
If you don't do one Sunday, I will.
Oh, I guess I got to do one Sunday.
What a wiener you are.
Seriously. What the heck?
I think there was a little competitiveness that popped out.
Yeah, definitely.
Well, I have actually told some of my friends that I was going to do a live on Sunday.
Asking about you, honey. Did I call you in here?
Did you call me in here? What do you mean?
Suzanne, I was just asking about you.
Oh, she
No,
was.
I was here, but I had
Lurking.
no. I was having a conversation elsewhere, and then I came back because I was getting barraged with messages, and it was in the live, so I just dealt with it.
Right.
Are we going to do healing or starseed?
What everybody wants.
Oh no!
We got one of these three.
Yeah, it's Suzanne.
We've got dragon.
How your treatment went today.
Well, I've been picking them, so whatever ones y'all want to do is fine with me.
That was yesterday, Mel, and it was fine. The infusion time is short. It's just all the stuff before, and the gal that tried to get a vein poked me 3 times.
What about
And got a new nurse, and he got it immediately. So
So, Paul, I don't want to compete with you for Sunday, but I have already told several of my friends that I'm having one on Sunday. So if you will
Okay.
attend, I will do one on Sunday. But if you just decide you hate it, we'll go back to you can do them on Sundays too.
Oh, no, I don't. I don't mind.
But don't
I only said it because Terry said, "What? We have to wait until Tuesday."
yeah. So anyway, I just have had a lot of inquiries to do another one on Sunday.
Well, that's what you need to do.
So
What is that yellow one, Paul?
I thought you used to go live on Saturdays, Paul. I know we were looking
No,
for
it was Sundays.
It was always Sunday. Yeah,
Okay.
he didn't
We were
always
looking
do.
for you, and we couldn't find you. So it was my idea. I said, "Well, why don't you go live, honey?"
That was Sunday, baby.
Yeah, I know.
He used to not ever, and then he started doing them occasionally, but he's not consistent on Sunday. So that's what happened. Is we had been consistently doing them on Sundays, and then he went MIA.
Yeah.
Anyway, it might
Oh, wait,
be
we got-
fun, it might be fun, Paul, for you to have one that's not yours that you can just participate and just interrupt and not be the leader.
Oh, good.
Ah, there you go.
He might like it too much, though, honey.
No, I'm not doing Tuesday and Thursday. I will only do.
Only just Sunday.
I will only do.
All right, Groovy wants heal yourself. What does everybody else want?
You can do heal yourself. I'm cool with
I
that.
like healing. I love those cards. I absolutely love those cards.
All right, let's see what we get here. You all know what the back of the cards look like, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
In case you didn't forget, concentrate on that. Pour your energy into the cards. And let's see what we get. Holy crap. Okay. Cards just flew out of my hand when I said, everybody put your energy in it. All of a sudden the cards just flew out of my hand.
Wow.
Sorry,
That's
too much.
cool. That's good.
energy.
Sorry about that.
Holy cow. Oh. Well, all right. I did not think those were going to just fly right out of there. Let's see if there's any more left. Wow, okay.
So before you get started real quick, let me tell Mike something. On Sunday, when I have my live, I'd love for you to come in the box and tell us your story about your forgiveness journey with your wife. Will you do that?
I'm going to end up reading how the whole deck, it seems.
I want everybody to get to know you and know what you do and what a good person you are.
Well, I think that's it. Have to have the deck chilled out.
I know, I like that sound too. It's kind of otherworldly, huh? Dragony. Brim must be close.
He is.
Did you hear me, Mike, when I asked? Would you want to think about maybe doing that doing like a testimonial on Sunday night? No, it's not that I'm being kind. I am truly interested. I want to hear your story. I want other people to know your story and what you've been through.
I'd like to hear it, Mike.
Yeah.
I'd like to hear it.
So would I.
Yeah, me too.
Me too.
Okay, it's a deal. Mike's gonna be in the box Sunday.
That's cool.
Sounds good.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
All right, here we go. Half the deck here.
Wow.
Oh, crap.
Half of them flew out right when I said, put your energy in it. I
Okay.
put them in my hand and they just went flying right out. It's like I didn't
Gotta
even
go.
touch them.
Where's Sophie?
Tara's
I
asking
don't
what.
know.
I've seen her around, but she hasn't been here as much.
She's online. She may be on with James. She and James are
And it's funny.
the pod.
It just goes with what Honey just said. What a coincidence. The first card is
Huh. Inner child. Whoa.
let your inner child out. And a lot of us don't do that. Because they're scared of what people are going to think of their authentic selves. And don't be afraid of that. Let it come out of you. Let it spew out like the breaking of a dam.
Yes.
And I'm seeing
Stop repressing.
I think it's Mike, Maya, and Groovy. Let your inner child out. It feels like you're letting your inner child be bound and gagged, and the inner child wants to come out. Release your inner child. It wants to merge with you and lead you into the right being you are.
Mm-hmm.
Because it's going to lead you into another realm of existence you never thought could happen. You're going to get healing and love, compassion, and the universal love.
And you're going to refold that piece of you back into yourself to integrate.
And
Because
don't worry about that inner child, because we're all here to encourage you. You need that courage to release that inner child. And it's understandable. You're afraid of what people are going to say and what people are going to think. It doesn't matter what they think. You know what matters is what you think, what your heart tells you, what your gut tells you, what your soul tells you. And we're all here to guide you and give you that courage. Don't
And
let that fear in.
some of those memories are so painful that we've repressed them down into our gut so far that it's difficult to pull them all out of the sacral, but it's just integral to get that out and deal with it
Yep.
instead of hiding it. Because a lot of my inner child wounds were very painful, and I didn't want to remember them. I wanted to just say, okay, that's done, it's over with. I don't want to think about it anymore.
And it's funny because this whole reading, I think, is going to be about your inner child, because the way the cards are lined up this time, I find it interesting how they all go together. It's interesting. Because you've got your inner child. Watch, you got your inner child. You're going to need that courage, because sometimes people might reject you. And don't fear the rejection. Just be yourself. Be your authentic self. Be the love and compassion and light you are. And don't worry about what people say. Because, at the end of the day, your inner child is going to help you unleash your creativity.
Yes.
And you'll be the creator you're meant to be. You create your own reality. You'll be able to create your own healing. You can manifest that healing. You can do anything you set your mind to it to. If you see yourself doing it, you have to believe it. You can't just say, I'm going to try. No, don't try, do.
Yeah.
Because then you'll be like a phoenix, rising, reborn, new. Take it to a new place, a new realm of existence you never thought existed. A new calm, a new peace, a new healing, a new love. A new realm of existence. And it's all because you're releasing your inner child. And sometimes you need that self-love for that child. You have to self-love yourself to have that inner child come out. When you self-love yourself, you can love yourself before you can love anybody else. Because you'll have that peace and that tranquility, and you'll be in harmony, in sync with the universe. When you let all the burdens go, let the fear go, be your authentic self. And that's all you want to do is be better. Just don't say, I'm going to do better. I will be better. I am better.
I am healed.
Right. And some people get a little boastful, so don't overcome with pride. Don't overcome with pride and think that you're all that great when you're not. Be your authentic self and be on the same level. When you start thinking that you're better than everybody else, that makes you fall and get negative, and that inner child runs away. Be your authentic self and be humble. Don't worry about humiliation and fear. That's just a human standard that humans put on us. You don't need that. Don't worry about it. And sometimes you're going to need the patience. You're going to need that patience, to deal with some people that are prideful, that will reject you. That's why you'll have that courage. And when you create something, yes, they might discourage you, but you also got to remember, you're reborn. You're rising to a new realm with that self-love. And that pride in what you do, just don't be over prideful. And if you do, you're going to self-sabotage yourself. And you don't need to self-sabotage yourself. You need to put away anything that's going to sabotage you, like too much desire or things that you don't need in your life. Only ask for the things you need that get you by for that day and that time. If you keep on asking, your prayers and your answers will never be answered if you're not doing it with a true heart. You have to do it with a true heart and a true meaning and a true understanding, and not for selfishness. Do it for the world. Do it for you, but not be selfish about it. Because we all go in cycles. Everything's a cycle. We go up, we come down. We're reborn, we die, and we come back, just like a phoenix. What does a phoenix do? It cycles. When it gets done that life, it comes back again, and it's better than it was before. And then you can do that. All of us can do that. When you practice the alchemy, the magic within yourself, we all have the abilities, we all have that magic. And when we look inside ourselves, we can accomplish anything. You have to have that mindset. Look into the third eye. I mean, clear your chakras, commune with nature, Gaia. Do what resonates with you. Feel the love and compassion of the ones around you and the universe, because everybody's here to help you and guide you on your journeys. But don't procrastinate. Because when you procrastinate, it's going to just be harder and harder until you accept it. Like somebody wants to be a leader and he procrastinates about it. It's eventually going to happen, so you might as well just give into it and let it happen. Go with the flow of the universe. Go with the flow of you. And don't procrastinate. Because sometimes, oh, here we go again. Sometimes it might lead to a sexuality and the love and the compassion that's there for you. You just have to open your eyes and your ears and hear it and see it. Because that love is out there for you. And I'm not sure who this one's for, but that love is out there for you. It might not be the person you're with. It might be someone you're destined to meet, and you're not going to meet that person if you don't let that inner child in and have courage. Don't fear the rejection. Unleash that creativity within inside of you. Be reborn. Love yourself. Have pride in what you do. Not be too prideful. And have patience. Don't self-sabotage yourself. Listen to the cycles and the alchemy within inside of you. And don't procrastinate. Because you always want to say what you mean. You don't want to lead anybody to a different path. You want to say what you mean. You don't want them to think that you're meaning something else. And a lot of us humans do that. We say something sometimes that we don't mean. And it's hurtful. So we have to say things right and correct. And wording is always the most powerful thing. I could send a text to anybody and say something, but they could take it wrong. At the end of the day, it's going to be the beauty of it all. You release the beauty within inside of you. We all are beautiful in the inside. Doesn't matter what your outside looks like. It's the inside that matters. Just hope you're not ugly in the inside, because it won't go to anywhere.
Absolutely.
Be the beautiful being you are. You are all uniquely created with the love and compassion of the universe. And at the end of the day, we all need what?
Love.
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 Healing.
Love,
You'll
healing.
always need that healing. 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 Healing is very important because, yes, you'll have that love, but you need that healing. That healing only starts with you. You're the only one that can heal yourself. All the medicines in the world can't cure you. Only you can. When it comes to certain things, you can heal yourself. Mostly all of it. You just have to set your mind to it. Manifest it. Believe it. Devour it. Claim it. And that all, I must say, I can see why they all fell out in that order. Very interesting that it starts with inner child, it ends with healing, and every single card was about the inner child. So somebody, or a few of us, needed to know about the inner child.
Definitely.
Because that inner child's going to heal you at the end of the day. Hello.
Yep.
Thank you, Paul.
No,
Yeah.
you're
You're
not
welcome.
selfish, Mike, when you're saying you have a good heart. No, absolutely. You do have a good heart.
I needed to hear that. That was really good.
That was really good.
And they all just come flying out at the same time. So, in that order, too, which is weird. Because I didn't shuffle them when I put them in. And I didn't get a chance to shuffle them. They just leaped right out.
They were meant for us.
Yeah. It's funny it started with inner child.
I just remembered the name of one of Saint Germain's incarnation. He was Sir Francis Bacon.
Francis Bacon, yeah.
Yeah, and he had a lot to do with some of the rearrangement of the biblical stories. And he knew he came to do that because even though it wasn't a good thing to do, it was something that had to be done at that time. He volunteered to do it. But Saint Germain lived a lot of long lives as well. He lived like over 1,000 years. At times he would just change his identities and move around so people weren't sure who he was. He's the one that has the violet flame, the healing violet flame that I call upon every day. The blue flame of Michael and the violet flame of Saint Germain are two of the most healing things we have to use.
All right. I'm going to do a bonus reading today for free.
Awesome. Thank you, Paul.
Oh, wow. Interesting. Okay. All right. This is what the universe is telling you all. You all have to love. The energy, the codependency, and boundaries. Your boundaries are endless. Be dependent on each other. And you have this love, this ever-burning love, to feel togetherness. The next one says, it's okay to say you're sorry. Defenseless, rewrite the wrongs, uproot if you have to. Rewrite the wrongs that are in your past, but just don't live in them. And the Seven Sisters are telling you, be birthing creation. You're woven in the tapestry of life. Expression is the ultimate key. Don't lose grip. Cope with the mechanisms, the density, the addictions. Let God or Source in. Don't deal with it yourself. Look for others to help you. Let the Spirit in. Because you're ready for that new earth. It's happening. Keep hold of your visions of love and happiness, and all your dreams will come true. And it's funny, she just said something about the flame. The blue flame, a spontaneous awakening. You're all activated. It's time to integrate.
Yeah.
Jump in. Say yes to the adventure. Say yes to the change in your life. And you never know where it's going to leave you. to breathing in the cosmos. Micromanage the universe like you micromanage your life. You're not alone. Don't feel isolated. The physical connections in your community are always here to help you. Spatial beings, angelic beings, and human beings. That connection is always there. Just look around. Feel the signs. Forge, don't follow. Forge your path. Forge a new path. Pave it. Be the leader you wish you had. Sometimes it'll venture you down lost lands. Your soul memories and your gifts. You have done this before. Remember who you are.
Very good.
Because your star brothers are there and your sisters. Horus is protecting you. The protection, the love, the loyalty, the safety and trust. Embrace each other with the love and compassion. Because it's at the end of the day, it's a karmic relationship, a polarity, a soul growth, a conflict and a battle, which you will always meet in space as that cosmic being. You never feel alone. Don't feel withdrawn. Feel close together as one. The weight of the world is on you. Boundaries are endless. Let go. Do not carry what is not yours. Do not take what is not yours. Only take what belongs to you. And that was the Starseed reading.
And I think that's what we're all experiencing these last couple of weeks. Is it's not our own energy. We're taking on a lot of other people's energies and the energies of the planet as a whole. And so we have to identify and stop and say, is this mine? Or does this belong to other people? And then let it go.
Right.
Let it go.
Yes, you don't want to reflect or mirror.
Well,
Only take what belongs to you.
So our plan for next week is Sunday night at 7 o'clock my time,
Oh my
which
God.
is what, Central? Am I Central?
Yeah, you're central.
Okay, so 7 o'clock Central Time, we'll all get together and we'll work. And Mike is going to talk to us about his forgiveness journey, and he's going to tell us about how he's been practicing his inner child healing, and he's going to do some journaling, and hopefully he'll invite his wife as well. I know she's interested too.
Yeah.
And then we can all talk about how we've been processing and integrating our downloads that we're getting these last couple of weeks. And then on Tuesday, we're going to do our mirror imaging and talk about our journaling and our mirror imaging path that we've been on. At that time, we'll have done it for nearly a week. And let's see how much better we feel by looking at ourselves and loving ourselves and raising our own frequencies and those around us.
And say 11 good things about yourself.
11 good things.
All the
Okay.
good things. Yeah.
Why 11?
That's how many people were in here.
It's going to be hard enough to come up with 10. You want me to do a whole bonus one too?
Yeah, you can do it. You can do a bonus,
That's what I
girlfriend.
was thinking, Lisa. Is like, well, hell, you go, Pete.
Sure, Mike, you may ask any question you like. Anybody can ask a question.
Yep.
Oh, I do have a question for you, Paul. I keep hearing from people that we should prepare for anywhere from 3 days to 2 weeks of like food and water, and to make sure that we have everything that we need, because there's going to be at least a minimum of 3 days of darkness. And what they're talking about with that is that it's going to be a technology darkness.
Right.
It's not going to be like, the rapture. It's going to be that there's going to be no phones, no electric, no gas. So
We talked
I
about
am like
that on
freaking
Robin's live
out
the other night, and
because
we want to
of
make sure we don't manifest that. We don't want to be so focused on prepping and looking at it to the point where we actually manifest it.
And I think a lot of that is
Yes,
fear mongering.
be careful and maybe have some extra things around just in case, but don't think about it so hard that you actually manifest it.
I buy purified water and in gallon jugs, and as I drink it, then I refill them with tap water, and then I just save them in case I need them. And I needed it Tuesday because we had a big freeze and everything. Well, some pipes on my street got messed up, and sure, I went to turn on my shower and there was no water. That's how I found out. So I couldn't wash my face or brush my teeth, and I was like, oh, I have water just for this occasion. I also, over the years, I've been collecting life straws for every member of my family. It's just makes good sense to, I live in tornado country.
Uh-huh.
You just never know July of 23, we had a big storm and I didn't have electricity for a week, and it sucked, man. It was hot as fuck in Oklahoma in July. And, it's like, I had running water, but I didn't have any electricity for the whole week. So it's like those things, it always makes sense to keep that stuff around. But like,
okay, so
careful
here's
not to manifest a specific event.
my question basically is to Paul, like, so we're told 3 days to 2 weeks, and with my anxiety, being in a nursing home, it's freaking me out because I was a prepper, and all of my stuff, I got everything. I've everything that I could possibly need. But
And I'm
guess where
sorry.
it's at? It's all in freaking storage. And I cannot go onto Amazon and rebuy things, let alone even get like lanterns and batteries or solar stuff. And because I don't even trust the nursing home. They're not going to have electricity. Why would they?
They
why
might
would
have
they
a
be
big generator though,
anything?
like hospitals do.
Generators are only going to last a certain amount of time. Generators are going to go out too.
But you don't want to live in that fear, Lisa.
I'm not living in that fear. What I'm living in is reality that I've always been a prepper and now I don't have my stuff, and that feeling is very helpless because I will not be able to count on this nursing home to provide me with food and water.
I understand what you're saying.
Yeah.
But it may be a good lesson time for you to be learning how to rely on the faith that you're not going to be let down. You have faith.
I've been let down my entire life.
And
What makes anything different now?
put that into your affirmations. Put that into your affirmations that you're going to have enough. You're never going to be in lack. If you think yourself in lack, you'll be there. If you think yourself in abundance, you'll be there. And so you're going to concentrate on having faith that the Creator is going to provide for you every single thing you need.
The universe is not going to put you in a place where you can't survive.
Right.
There's always going to be help there. I wouldn't put too much faith into it because they've been screaming the 3 days of darkness for 3 years now.
Right.
It's fear
And
It's fear
it's fear mongering, and the reason why they do that is they want you to have fear and rely on the government to help you. And that's what it's about. I've been hearing about 3 days of darkness for so long. I feel like I just shut my eyes and I can be in 3 days of darkness at this point.
Right.
But I would take it with a grain of salt and not worry about it. I know you're a prepper. I am too. But when it reminds me of the story of the little boy when he cried wolf. How many times is that little boy going to cry wolf before it ever happens? And you're going to live in fear. Fear is what they want. They want you to be in fear.
Yeah.
That's why they did these certain things in our history like 911 and all this. It's all about fear and control. That's what they hover in, and that is what they do.
And to separate us, and so that we
Yes.
blame each other.
And when
Like
you
if I
have that
had
fear,
access to
and
a
creates hate
bulldozer,
groups and stuff.
yes.
So what's a lie in there, Paul?
A lionaire,
that's his
a
star
lionaire,
seed.
it's a star seed. It's one of the, and that's the first one I've ever seen on Earth because I actually met one when I went up on a ship. When I went up on a ship a while ago, I met it was a giant golden lion, but he was walking on two legs, and he was the captain of that ship. They are very noble. They are very protective of their families. They're very honorable. Everything they do is by honor. And they're very protective. They don't say things they don't mean. If they say they're going to rip your face off, they're going to rip your face off.
Yeah.
So essentially, my guides are telling me, don't, energy goes where your focus is. And if you're focusing on a certain thing, you're bound to manifest it. And the universe is neutral. If you're saying, okay,
Yes.
I'm going to have 3 days of darkness, I'm going to have lack, I'm going to never have this, I'm going to never have that, then that's what you're going to have, is never, nothing. If you continue to reassure yourself that your faith is there, angel number 827, have absolute faith, and you will have everything you ever need. It will be provided for you.
Let me tell you a story,
I'm
Groovy.
ignoring it. I'm just ignoring it. I'm pretending it's never going to happen.
I'm going to tell you a story about manifestation. And some of them know it happened. Some of them witnessed it. My money came in, and I paid all my bills. Well, little did I know, I had something come up and I didn't realize it. And it was another bill. And I didn't have the money for it, and I didn't have the money for extra food. So for a week, I came on, talked about it, and I had faith. I really didn't talk about it much. I just said manifest, 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 and I was on this manifesting kick. And I manifested I needed $100 to pay, $50 to pay a bill and $50 for food because I didn't have nothing and I couldn't get help from the churches or nothing. So I heard a little boy say go outside. So I went outside and I lived in the hood. I lived in the hood at the time in an apartment building with over 500 people. People come in and out like traffic. I walked outside in the middle of the day, walked to empty my trash, and lo and behold, what did I find on the ground? $100 bill.
Yeah, I believe that.
I used to take our last $5 when we were and getting them in the husband of the army, and he was a private, and we were having to live off coast and paying expensive rent and utilities because we were in Boston. We were just a little bit outside of Boston, Massachusetts. Everything was really expensive up there, and I would take our last $5 and go to the grocery store and buy $5 worth of scratch off tickets, and I would get enough money to buy groceries every time. My husband thought I would eat. He was like always saying, "You're such a witch. You're such a freaking witch."
Yeah.
Now, here's something else for you. I only gave you the tail end of the story when I talked about the Palladian, but I didn't give you the first part of the story. Here's the first part of the story. I was homeless. My wife just left. And I felt alone, broken, because I didn't do anything. She just up and left. She left me on a Saturday. I sold everything in the house, and I didn't get much for it. And I bought some stuff that I needed. Well, I ended up getting an apartment, but I lost it because I didn't have enough money. And I was switching jobs at the time, so I didn't have no money. And I became homeless, living on the street.
You gotta get off my.
I had clothes on my back. I had worn out shoes, no socks, and my underwear had holes, and I looked like a bum. And I went around and I picked up quarters and change on the road, and I found $2. I walked up to Kroger, and as I was walking in the parking lot, I seen an older man there. He looked homeless, and I was like, well, I got $2. I really can't afford to give this guy $2 because I'm homeless myself. So what I did is I gave him one of my dollars, and I went in the store and I took my dollar and I went in the store. I bought a water and some crackers. That's all I had money for, and I was hungry. I came out. The guy was gone. Disappeared. Don't know where he went. And I was only in there for like 10 minutes. Well, I walked in. I was walking out, and I said, God, source, whoever, universe, why has all this happened to me? Man, I wish I had some shoes that I could walk in. I wish I had some socks that wouldn't be rubbing and give me burns. I wish I could have some underwear where I would hold my manhood in place. And I really felt, and I was still hungry. I walked through the parking lot, and I kept repeating, universe, please help me. I know you're going to help me. Please make it right now. Please make it right now. Please. I beg of you. I walked across out of the Kroger parking lot. Ames was the next parking lot next to Kroger. I'm walking through the parking lot. There's no cars. Nothing. Walking through the parking lot. I look down. I see a pile. Something in the distance. I looked and seen a pile on the ground. I'm like, what the heck is that? I walked closer. And I didn't have a place to live at this time too. This all happened. True story. Walking through the parking lot, I find a bundle of money sitting on the ground, folded up like it was in somebody's pocket and it fell out, or a car or whatever. Inside was a Kohl's card for a clothing store. I don't know what Kohl's is, but there was 200 or 300 wrapped around the no, it wasn't but 200. Yeah, it was $200 wrapped around a Kohl's card. I picked it up. I was like, huh, thank you. I went to the restaurant. I got the food. I told you about area and the food. That happened. And I was like, well, I'm hungry. Let me see with this Kohl card. Let me see if it was expired, because there was nobody around. What am I going to tell? So I picked up, I dialed the number on the back of the Kohl's card. There was $100 on the Kohl's card. I'm like, wow, this is cool. This is really cool. So I take a bus. I go down to Kohl's with the $100. I didn't want to spend the cash because I wanted to keep in case I might need it. So I went in, and I was like, man, it's pretty expensive in here. What am I going to do? I looked around at the shoes. They wanted $80-something for all these shoes, 80, 90, 100. I'm like, oh, crap. That's going to be all the money. And I heard a voice in my head. Why don't you ask for clearance? Okay. I seen a lady over there. I was like, hey, do you have any shoes on clearance? She goes, yeah. We have one pair of Nikes. Really? Yeah. How much are they? Oh, they're on clearance for $50. No way. Yeah. So I'm like, can I see them? She goes, well, what size are you? I go anywhere from 10.5 to an 11. She goes back. She pulls out the one pair. They were 10.5. Perfect fit.
Hmm.
I grabbed the shoes and I said, thank you. It's like, man, I need some socks. Went around looking for socks. I didn't want to pay too much because didn't want to spend the cash. So I was like, I got $40 left. What am I going to do? So I looked around. They wanted $20, $30 for a pack of socks. I found socks for like $12.99. And it was like a big pack of socks. Now I need underwear. Got the underwear. Got this. And I bought socks, underwear, and shoes. Guess how much it came to?
$100.
Nope.
98.
$99.98.
You have a dollar left over. Any left over.
So then I'm like, wow, thank you, universe. And I was crying at this time. I had tears in my eyes because I couldn't believe this was happening. I was like, now, universe, please. I know I ask a lot. Can I please have a place to live? And I still had $200, mind you. And that was for food, but whatever. So I walked out of the store. I bumped into a guy. His name was Antonio. Anthony, actually. His name was Anthony. My middle name, mind you. So he bumps into me, and he goes, oh, sorry about that. I go, yeah, I was just having a moment there for a moment. He said, well, what's wrong? I was like, well, because I was a little distraught. And he just, what's wrong with it? I was like, yeah, I'm trying to find a place to live because, I don't have any place, and I've been living behind Walmart and in Kroger. And he says to me, he says, hey, I have a place. I have a rooming house. Really? Yeah. I said, how much is the room? He's like, well, I can rent it to you for $450 for a month. I'm like, okay. But I'll have to wait because I don't have the money right now. I only have 200. He goes, you know what? I'll give you the first month free. And he said, if you need a ride to get a job, I'll even help you do that. Never met this guy before. Within that day, I got food, clothes, and a place to live. And I got the job the next day.
That's awesome.
That is awesome.
All in one day because I asked the universe and I said it was going to happen. I didn't put any doubt in my mind. There was not a doubt in my mind it wasn't going to happen. It did.
Yeah, no, you have to.
And
You
that
have
is
to really believe in what you're trying to manifest. You have to
right.
thoroughly believe it. I mean, believe it with every ounce of your being.
And I believed it was going to happen. It was going to happen with every fiber of my being.
Yep.
It wasn't my brain telling me. It was my heart. I knew it was going to happen. And it did. Same thing with that $100.
Yep.
Everything, I've been homeless so many times, and so many times what happened, the universe comes through. When you believe it wholeheartedly, you can accomplish and do anything.
Yep.
I was stuck in California,
I know. I remember.
and
the
I
day.
found my way back to Virginia. Who did that? The universe did it, and the people that I met along the way in my journey helped
Which
me.
the universe sent to you.
Yeah.
Yes.
The power of thought and the power of love and compassion for your fellow human and humanity, you can accomplish anything.
Yep.
And if it wasn't for one person, I wouldn't even be alive today. I had an object to my wrist. I was about to slice it. Somebody called me and said, "What are you doing?" She knew exactly what I was doing. She goes, "Put it down." How did she know that? The universe told her. When you have faith and you believe wholeheartedly with every ounce and fiber of your being, you can do anything. Even honey witnessed that.
Mm-hmm.
I have pulled off some miracles and honey doesn't understand.
Yep. I saw some of them.
That's with the power that each one of you have. All of you have that power.
Yep. Every single one of us.
You just got to unlock it.
Well, you have to believe it. You have to already have it in your mind that it's happening, that it's a done deal.
Yep.
And I didn't live more than 9 lives. Just to end it right there, I know that I'm destined for greater things. I know I'm not from Earth. I know that. And I had faith in that, and I trusted the universe. Some could say God, some could creator, source, whatever. I say universe, source. I trusted in that, and it's never let me down. Never.
Jehovah.
It might not happen in the time frame. It might not happen in the time frame you want it to. It'll happen when it's needed. And sometimes those things won't come to you because you don't need them. I learned that lesson too. And you're never alone.
Nope. Never. Never. That was one of the hard lessons for me to learn is that I'm never alone because I feel abandoned by my family, my family, by people that love me, that I love, I should say, because they don't love. Oh, I'm sorry, my
It's
phone was
really
sitting
hard to
down,
hear you,
probably
Mel.
muffling it. Um, I've always had a real serious abandonment issues. So it's always been really hard for me to realize that I'm not alone, that all I have to do is call out, and my higher beings, my higher spirit, my angels, my guardian angels, whatever you want to call them, are there. And that's been a really hard lesson for me to learn, is that I'm not abandoned, I'm not alone, I do have love. I don't need the people that refuse to be there for me. I don't need them.
Whatever doesn't serve you, let it go.
Exactly. No.
We can all do this.
Yep.
Okay. Well, we had a good live. We had a nice live.
It's
Right.
really
We're up to 14. We're up to 15 people. We're gaining people now.
awesome.
That's good.
11.
And that's what you all have to understand.
25K, you guys.
111.
Did you hear me?
Manifest and
Let's
believe
get up
in
to
it.
25K.
Manifest and believe in it. Because only you have the power.
Indeed. Each one of us has our own abilities to manifest whatever we need in our lives. It was a gift. That's a gift from our Creator. We
And
just
that's
have.
why I'm here for you guys. To help every one of you. I'm not here to, gift me a UFO, gift me a galaxy, and no, I'm not all about that. Or hey, I need money for my perfume. I need money for my car. You don't hear me saying all that either.
No.
The universe will provide.
Yep.
Have faith in that.
And the more you do for others, the more you will receive.
Right.
And when I say do for others, I don't necessarily mean that you have to go out and spend money on other people, give other people money. Just as you're driving past a car accident, say a prayer for the first responders and the people that are in the accident. That's doing for others. I always pray.
Oh, when I see a medical helicopter or
Yep.
sirens and a fire truck goes by or an ambulance goes by, I'm always thinking about
I
that.
always pray for the
Where
people
they're
that
going,
that they're
what
rushing
they're
to.
doing, and
They
who
would be.
they're helping. And their
Yep. And that the
families
first
and
responders will be
everybody
safe from their
involved.
travels to the person. There's so many idiots nowadays that don't realize that when they hear a siren, they're supposed to pull over to the side of the road and get out of the way. They'll just keep going, pull out in front of them. They don't fucking care. Now, if it was their family member that ambulance or that fire department
Yeah.
was rushing to, they sure would be caring, wouldn't they?
Well, I have to admit that I have some evil
Welcome
thoughts
to humanity.
occasionally. Not recently, being an emergency of that. But when I see somebody pull out in front of them, I have said, I hope it's your house he's going to. And that's a horrible thing to think. That's a really horrible thing to think. But it's like, if
Burning
you're
down
going to
and
make
not
them slow
somebody,
down,
some
I
innocent
hope it's your
person that,
house that's
yeah, sitting there praying for them to get there on time, and you're slowing them down. Yeah.
You just assume that you're more important than whoever that fire truck's going to, or that EMT, or that ambulance. And if you need to slow them down, I hope it's only you are impacted by that. But that's not
No,
a
it's not.
That's not a good thing to wish on
Well, I did
someone.
my usual waking up at 3 o'clock in the morning. I'd only slept a couple hours. So when I got ready to go back to sleep around 4:30, I asked Michael if he could just take me on a short flight. I wanted to see the world and see the light coming from the globe. So we went, and it was beautiful.
I'm jealous. I want to go on an angel ride.
That's
hmm
cool.
You go with
You know,
Africa.
when I went with Azrael, I didn't see anything on it. We didn't go any, we didn't, we were in my bedroom one instant and we were in the other place the next. I mean, we were just there.
It's just
It
1 minute
wasn't
there and
like
one.
we
Yeah,
had to
it's like
travel. We were just there. It's like, do you want to go there with me? I was like, yes, and we were
You're
there.
all talking to angels and stuff. I don't do anything like that.
why don't you?
Well, you
You can talk to
you
angels
talk to
too,
dragons and stuff.
right?
I
I mean,
know. I mean,
hello.
I'm
it's
not.
like what's stopping you?
The funniest thing is, I've never seen a gray. I've never seen a round UFO. I've never talked to alien. I mean, I've never spoken to angels. And I've never seen them with wings.
Well,
Well,
well, I
Michael
talk
tells
to
me they don't
angels
really have
all the
wings.
time,
He said that's
constantly.
not really what he said. They look like whatever we want them to look like.
What we envision, yes.
Mm.
The only
I
being that
envision
kind of
Gabriel's
talks to
really
me, but I
cute
don't
and has
see
curly
him,
blondish brown hair.
is Metatron.
He's always hanging around.
Yeah.
He's really been very present, but so has Saint Germain. Saint Germain has really, really been present the last several months. He's pretty
I don't
fascinating,
know anything
actually.
about Saint Germain. I know Azrael hangs out with me, and my sister's here a lot. Those are my guides, of course, you know. But other, and I'm always welcoming other angels
They
to come
do.
along, you know.
Mm.
They're never
If y'all are
bored. They've
bored
got
up
too
there,
much
come on
business going
down.
on with me.
You can hang out with me.
I'm always with Palladians, tall whites. I'm always with the Palladians, the tall whites, and the dragons. And apparently elves now.
My grandmother used to tell me that all of my angels were gray haired because
See,
of
I
my
don't.
shenanigans that I got up to all the time.
You know that one where the angels got her head down or bopping herself in the head, going, what, That's what I always figured mine were doing. Like, oh,
My
rolling her
best
eyes and
friend's
shaking her head
mother-in-law
at me.
lived with her forever, and they were best friends. And when she passed away, I made her an angel that looked just like her. I made an angel that looked exactly like Mary, and hung her on a string so she could hang her in her room. It was pretty cool. He still has her.
Very nice of you to do that. That was sweet.
hmm I loved her too. I
Yeah,
loved
that
Mary.
was sweet.
She was a beautiful woman. But
You were married.
I need to be doing those kind of things again. I need to be artistic
Washing
again.
people's feet with your hair and putting oil on it.
I used to wash people's feet every Sunday on my weekends. I would get my basin out and go room to room and wash their feet and
And she wonders why I called her Mary Magdalene.
It was just, it was a thing we did if it wasn't too busy. And usually it worked out to where I had at least an hour and a half to do it. So I know it was meant to be.
Did you put oil on their feet?
Yes. Frankincense and myrrh.
And see, there's your Mary right there.
Mm-hmm. I always carried a bottle of frankincense and myrrh mixed together in my pocket. But I had a lot of patchouli too, because I was the happy hippie.
Yeah, I love patchouli. My daughter told me, she said, "Mom, please stop with the patchouli. It's so freaking strong." We lived in a camper trailer. It was a converted motorcycle trailer that we converted into a trailer for a deer lease, and we lived in it for 8 years. Very close quarters.
Well, you guys know I have bathroom issues, so I've got to have a place big enough to have at least 2 bathrooms.
I had to use a porta potty for 8 years, honey.
No. Mm-mm.
Is somebody near fish?
Not me.
Just the fish in my pond.
I'm smelling fish.
My fish don't stink, sorry.
No fish around me.
No, it doesn't stink. It's not a smelly fish.
Oh, okay.
I just smell fish.
Well, they're in my pond. They were very cold the other day.
I bet they were.
Kind of bowed up on the bottom, but they're all thawed out now.
That's some very un-Texas weather we were having.
You are not kidding. It was terrible. Thank goodness it's better now.
Yes.
Yeah. Thank goodness. Man, that was brutal.
Yes.
And I hate keeping
And I
the
hate
water
having to
running
run
like
heaters.
that.
Because our furnace went out. So we have space heaters. And that's how we heat our house, is with
Oh,
space
no.
heaters. My bedroom was warm, my daughter's bedroom was warm, and the
Oh,
kitchen
no.
and the bathroom were warm. The rest of the house was freezing cold.
We had our fire going, and he was playing his guitar for me, so we were pretty.
We have a fire pump, but we can't use it because it needs to be cleaned out. My daughter's house is
Maybe you can inspire us more, Mary.
yes.
Mary's there for everyone, and she has really been a very strong presence, especially the last 2-3 years. She's,
Mike.
And you know how I know it's Mary Magdalene?
oh,
She wore a blue
Yeah.
blue garment.
yep.
It was navy dark blue.
Like royal blue, yes.
She puts that mantle around my shoulders when she comes to help me heal.
I've heard that from other people that are healers, that that's exactly how she does.
Yes, she stands behind me with her, puts her mantle around my shoulders, and Mother Mary stands to my right. Michael's on my left, and Metatron is doing some kind of weird shit in the back. He's always bouncing around being weird. And then Yeshua kind of just towers over all of us, and we do healing. We'll do a healing together. It's a beautiful thing. I mean,
Absolutely.
and then
So he heals you when you see him?
when they do healings with me, when I'm a conduit for them, and they heal through me, I'm high for several days. I get it too. I mean, they were all worrying about April the other night. You know, she was doing so many healings through the angels, and they were like, "Don't get too tired, and be sure and get some rest, and this and that." And I
Yes,
said,
you can actually do damage to yourself.
"Girl, that girl is going to be on a high for a couple of weeks now. All that angelic healing coming through her, they give it all to you as it goes through you through your healing.
Right.
There's nothing like it. I mean, I can't explain the feeling that just the warmth and the tingling and my head tingles both sides down my back, through my arms and down my hands.
All through all your chakras.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's just, and I am on a high. I mean, and I would do that 2 or 3 times a day. So yeah, they give you energy as they're helping you, because you're a conduit. That energy has to go through you.
Right.
And so, yeah, nothing to worry about. But they're there.
He said he hoped that the fish smell wasn't his feet.
Oh, that's funny. Well, I'll walk.
Speaking of tingling, my head is like the top of like my scalp, pretty much like where my crown is, but maybe a little bit farther towards like the back of my head.
Yeah.
When I'm like just about relaxed and off to sleep, my right in that area it will start tingling, and this just started 2 nights ago. And I said, I don't know if that's my fairies, I don't know if that's my angels, but whoever it is, it's totally okay. Keep doing it.
Area.
Bring it on more.
Well, not.
It's area.
That's how I get my downloads. Is I feel that tingling on either side of my head, or the crown feels like I have a cap on my head that's holding the top of my head together.
Well, as soon as I said, like, I don't know who it is that's doing it, but you bring it on. You can do it more. It got more intense, and it got like more widespread throughout a larger area of my scalp. It was so cool.
And that's why I said the area. That's why I said I know you're gonna walk, because area told me you're gonna walk.
Wow.
Is your pain still gone from your feet and your legs?
Pain is still gone.
Excellent.
I haven't taken a Dilaudid, and I took one when I was at the ER, because being in that ambulance and all that moving around from bed to bed and all that was like bumping my foot. So yeah, I was in pain then. But then, like, I mean, I normally take it like 2 times a day, 1 or 2 times a day. I'm allowed to take it 4 times a day, so I can take it like every 6 hours. And I haven't taken it since Aria's touched me.
Wow.
Awesome. Tara asked if let's do Reiki.
That's amazing. I'm so happy.
I love Reiki.
I don't do Reiki, but I have enjoyed other people doing Reiki.
I can give a great recommendation if anyone's looking for someone who does Reiki. And she does it right here on TikTok for free.
Yeah.
She's awesome.
I just put my balls.
The thing about Reiki I've noticed is it doesn't last as long as the quantum healings do.
I put with my balls.
What's
your balls are powerful.
What's the quantum healing? I've heard this before. What is that?
It's similar to Reiki. It's using energy from the universe. You're pulling the energy from around you into you as a conduit out to. And you can do it in person. You can do it, of course, over distance. And quantum is more of a you're manipulating the energy inside the body more, using more of a, the energy is not coming from just your surroundings. It's actually coming more as a conduit through the actual universe itself.
How do I do
And that's
that?
how I heal somebody from cancer.
hmm And you can, and I can visualize when I'm doing the quantum and use, and I'm doing it in person. I can feel it with my hands. I don't have to put my hands on them. I can put my hands just above them, and you can
Did you know about that?
feel the areas.
Tara says she does Reiki.
Did you know about that? That I cured somebody with cancer.
I think I did, but tell me again.
My son's grandmother had cancer,
I didn't know
and they
that.
said that she it was all over the place, and she was all scared and worried. And she went in and they did the biopsy and all this stuff. And I worked with her, and I was like, let me try something here. So I had my shaman balls in my pocket. No, I had stones, not shaman balls. I had stones in my pocket. I always kept stones with me. So I put one in one hand, one in the other, and I reached over and I touched her shoulder. All of a sudden, it looked like I was looking at her body and I was flying through her body like really fast. And I could see like neurons firing down to blood vessels and this and that. And I found, she didn't tell me where it was. So I went through I went through it and I could see it. I was like, "Do you have the cancer right near your belly, in your belly area?" She's like, "Yeah." "How did you know that?" "I didn't tell you." I'm like, "I don't know. I just see it there." She looks at me weird. I'm like, "You know what?" And then I said, and I went in and I pulled it out and said, "You don't need to be here." And I sent it back to the universe. So in about 2 weeks later, she went to go in and do the surgery and this and that, and they said they went in there and they didn't find anything. And now they said it had no sign of cancer. But after I pulled it out, I puked black bio out.
Yep.
But yeah, I puked out black, almost kind of like the dude from the Green Mile, and stuff. I barfed it out, and she asked me if I'm okay. I said fine. So about 2 weeks later, she went in and they said that she had no cancer. It's gone. They don't know what happened to it. It was as if it was never there.
Excellent.
Yeah, quantum is it's Reiki, but it's just a little bit different philosophy and a different manipulation of the energies. I've been studying it now for about 5 years.
Mm.
And it's easier for me to do the visualizations because I know with my nursing background, I know where all the organs are and where the vessels are. I picture it in my brain and then manipulate it as I move my hands across their body. And you can either pull it out or pull it down through their feet or out through their hands. But I know that my patients would reduce their pain medication use on average of 50%.
Excellent.
They would not have to take nearly as much pain medication after a session.
Well, it was on Butran patches. The Butran, the opioid.
Yeah.
The 7-day patch.
Mm-hmm.
But I got off of it because number one, it was causing me all kinds of issues like constipation and all that. And number two, when I couldn't get to the doctor to get my prescription filled, I'd have to go through withdrawals.
Right.
And I was like, that's worse than just having the pain that I always have. I mean, at least I'm used to that pain.
Yeah. Yeah, it's terrible. Eventually, though, we're going to get to where we're going to heal ourselves, and we're going to know everybody can do this. I'm not the only one. Reiki people are not the only ones. We can all manipulate our own energy.
Yep.
We can talk to ourselves, renew ourselves. We can, we can get rid of the diseased cells, and just keep renewing until we are actually able to physically heal ourselves. Like, we can do it.
Well, my mother beat esophageal cancer and lung cancer before she had it. She had another two more tumors show up after she got healed from esophageal and lung cancer. She was on the lowest dose of pain medication, and she wouldn't need it all the time. And I told her, and what she was doing was she was visualizing, she was playing Dr. Mario, and as she was killing the germs with her little pills, she was envisioning that was happening to the cancer in her body.
Right.
And it worked. They said they were shocked at how fast, and her cancer had started in her esophagus and had grown down into her left lung and had completely and totally filled her left lung. Her left lung, she had just a small area of her left lung that was not compromised by the cancer. And within less than a year, she was well.
I instituted some programs in the hospital, in the big house, and then taught some classes. Also, after I went to hospice, about visualization, guided meditation, different ways of manipulating energy. I had a friend who wouldn't have her gallbladder out, and she was constantly having stones. So she would come running over to me, and I would move the stone out, and she could feel it. And she never had to have surgery, and her gallbladder ended up being essentially healthy after about a year of this. But she would come hunting me down when she was having pain, and I could feel it. I could feel myself moving it, moving it down and reducing the swelling in there and get the drainage. And lymphatic drainage is a lot like that too, Lisa. My friend does it for me. It's harder for me to do it myself, on myself, so she does it. But there's trigger points in your shoulders and neck and underneath your arms to release your lymphatic system to let it drain. And that's why I was telling you should ask your physical therapist, because they know how to do that too.
Yeah.
To open up your lymph
That might be
system.
considered alternative medicine, probably not covered by Medicare.
No, it's not covered.
It should be included in their physical therapy training, though, because my ex-son-in-law does it. He's got his doctorate in physical therapy, and he does the lymphatic drainage as part of his therapy. I don't know. That's why I told you to ask your PT, because a lot of times they are trained in that.
Yeah, I'm gonna ask. It's not, it doesn't hurt to ask.
Right.
No, it
I
never.
just didn't do anything today. I didn't ask anybody. I had a couple phone calls to make. I did nothing. I accomplished absolutely nothing today. I just slept.
Well, then that's exactly what you needed to do.
Yeah.
Yes.
I
That's
instituted
okay.
a lot of programs in the ICU to reduce anxiety and pain. Music therapy, frequencies, and massage, and again, I would help them learn how to do some interviews, because I think all healthcare workers have some form of that within them, or they wouldn't be doing what they're doing. And just the touch sometimes of someone else is enough. But I would get the patient into a meditative state, almost like a self hypnosis or a hypnosis trance, very light trance, and get them to visualize, just visualize, and it works. I mean, I've seen it work over and over and over again.
Yeah.
And it really did help. The programs helped when the people instituted them, when the nurses took the time to do it. And we even put in places in the documentation to check off that you did do it, you know, as an alternative to
Yeah.
just giving them something or tying them down. But I know they started doing all that in the West, in a lot of the Western hospitals. They started doing those things back in the
Speaking
early
of
80s.
look, guys,
Tired. Okay.
Hi, Suzanne.
Good night, Suzanne. Sweet dreams, sweetie.
Love you.
Good night.
Okay, and I'm gonna go to it's 1:40 here.
Yep.
All right, everybody. Have a good night. Thank you for
Enjoy.
coming.
Yes, we
It was
enjoyed
a wonderful,
everybody.
wonderful live, y'all.
Yeah,
Thank you
and
all so much.
y'all spread the word and bring all your friends, and we'll all get together Sunday.
Love you all. See you Sunday.
Okay.
Sounds good. Good night, everyone.
Good night. Blessed be.
Have sweet dreams.